We are strictly adhering to COVID protocol, and the sessions, they are being live streamed, and the physical presence in the audience is only of the organizers, the think tank officials, media personnel, and the speakers. The Islamabad Security Dialogue is a forum wherein thinkers, scholars, members from the federal cabinet, diplomats, government officials, academia, think tanks, and civil society are participating. The dialogue lays out the existing challenges and opportunities in regional security, explore Pakistan's economic security paradigm, and examine key contours of national policy to help shape a more secure and prosperous Pakistan. The dialogue aims to engage the national and global audience to proactively shift the conversation around Pakistan's role and potential as an economic melting pot and a responsible partner in the regional and global order. With this brief insight, we will move to session 3 of Islamabad Security Dialogue. The session 3 focuses on instituting a human security paradigm. For the session, we have with us 2 distinguished speakers and a discussant. The session convener is Ambassador Nadeem Riaz, and moderator is senior journalist Ms. Amber Rahim Shamsi. Kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you, Amna. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a good afternoon. Honorable members of the Cabinet, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd session of the Islamabad Security Dialogue. Special thanks to the National Security Division and all think tanks on the advisory board for making this event possible. Established in 1982, the Institute of Regional Studies conducts focused research on South Asia's geostrategy, geoeconomy, defense, environment, and social issues. Its main publications are journals of regional studies, selections from the regional press, Spotlight, and Focus. Over the years, IRS has extensively contributed towards academic literature, seminars, and international conferences. This session will focus on responsibility within. Pakistan is on a steady democratic path with a clear vision of reforms to accelerate national development. It has a motivated program for social development and tackling poverty. The country has fittingly responded to challenges posed by the COVID pandemic. It is tackling climate change and has effectively minimized the challenges of terrorism and violent extremism. Despite these positive developments, Pakistan still has to navigate several issues for achieving its essential developmental goals in challenging times. This session will discuss these important matters which are of great significance to the national security framework of Pakistan. Already on the stage, we have the moderator, Amber Rahim Shamsi, Head of Communications, the Bad Lab. She is an acclaimed journalist. I would now like to request the distinguished panelists to take their positions on the podium. The first is Dr. Sania Nishtar, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Poverty Alleviation and Social Safety. Dr. Nishtar is a famed doctor, author, and an activist. The next panelist, Dr. Faisal Sultan, is the SAPM on health. He is an acclaimed physician specializing in infectious diseases and has been the CEO of Shaukat Khanum Hospital from 2003 to 2020. He is with the Prime Minister right now, and he will be joining us after. Okay. My apologies, sir, because I thought that you will be joining us a bit later. Then we have Malik Amin Aslam, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Climate Change. He is a well-respected environmentalist who has been associated with key international organizations on issues of climate change. And then we have Mr. Ehsan Ghani, former National Coordinator, National Counter-Terrorism Authority. He is a former civil servant from the 11th Common of the Police Service of Pakistan and has served in key positions. Amber will now moderate the session from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Riaz, and a warm welcome to our audience and panelists and distinguished guests and all the people watching on the live stream. Session 3 of the Islamabad Security Dialogue is instituting a human security paradigm. And just to set the stage before we have our keynote speakers begin their remarks, the idea of the human security paradigm is actually something that was conceived in the 90s. And the idea behind it, or the core idea behind it, is this shift from a sort of state-centered security paradigm to one that is people-centered or citizen-centered. And some of the elements that we will be discussing and successes and the way forward we'll be discussing today relates to economic security, environmental security, food security, as well as other elements that are generally included community, personal and political security as well. We have 3 keynote speakers, and Ambassador Riaz introduced them already. They don't need any further introductions. So I would invite Dr. Sania Nishtar to say a few words, and then we can begin the discussion, and we'll also open up to the audience for any questions, as well as people who are watching on the live stream. Dr. Sania.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. First of all, let me congratulate the National Security Division and the collaborating think tank headed by former Secretary Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ijaz, for this wonderful initiative. As you said right at the very beginning, Amber, human security, when you talk about security, there was a traditional paradigm of security, the object of which was the state. And there were very traditional tools and instruments and institutions for that. But then back in 1993, the Human Development Report came, and which coined the concept of human security. And you've just alluded to that rightly. There are deep interlinkages between state and human security. And according to the 1993 report, there were 7 dimensions of human security articulated in that report. Economic security, water security, food security, energy security, individual security, community security, and health security. Complex interdependencies between these 7 dimensions and state security. Just to illustrate that with an example, we can appreciate what water insecurity and energy insecurity do for overall economic insecurity. That has implications for poverty and deprivation, which in turn has a causal linkage with conflict and violence in a society, and there is a negative vicious cycle which can play out as a result of this. So there are deep interlinkages, and in today's day and age, it is extremely difficult to extricate state security from human security because of the complex interdependencies. But I think that if the 1993 paradigm of human security was to be revisited again, there would be 2 things that would need to be added. One is environmental security, and my cabinet colleague Malik Amin will elaborate on why that is the case. And the other is health security with a specific emphasis with regard to whatever we see playing out in today. And of course, my other cabinet colleague, I expect, will talk about that. There is a third element of demographic security which is not factored well in that report. Sitting in Pakistan, 5th largest in population terms country in the world, we now deeply appreciate that population is a denominator for development, just as the environmental outcomes are a denominator for development. So I think that the human security paradigm articulated and forged and firmed up in 1993 will have to be revisited in the post-COVID context. And I think human security, whether you refer to it as human security or human development or human capital formation and development, are deeply important in today's day and age, where technology is defining our future. And it is very well recognized that 60% of the wealth of a nation is dependent on its human capital as opposed to its physical and natural capital. And some thought leaders and institutions go as far as saying that as soon as 2025, the borrowing costs of countries will be linked to their human capital rankings. So salient is it for the progress of a nation. So I don't want to blow the trumpet of our government here, but I just want to bring to bear some facts. Our government was very conscious of the fact that human security and human capital formation have to be squarely positioned in the national agenda, and therefore the Prime Minister in his opening speech talked about his commitment to the welfare of people, which you see playing out 2.5 years down the line. The SARS program was conceptualized, a wide-ranging welfare program. At inception, it had 115 elements. Today, we stand at 268. 34 executing agencies, the biggest social welfare budget, 7 time-bound outcome-based goals, and we had to spend a whole year developing the institutional infrastructure for that, a new ministry, mechanisms of the digital infrastructure, which you saw being utilized and playing out during COVID. And of course, we had to establish a new governance paradigm to uphold integrity and transparency in the utilization of funds. And I can go on and on with the preparations that we did. But as we were forming up the arrangements of SARS, COVID struck. And I think that our country had a bit of a head start because we had invested in the digital infrastructure and in the institutional infrastructure, which enabled us to respond very quickly. As you know, COVID-19 has huge implications for economic growth and for the number of people living in poverty all over the world. The MDG on poverty alleviation, just to illustrate, was achieved well ahead of time. But with the corresponding SDG, we've been thrown back in time, way back in time. The whole world has been thrown back in time. And in fact, some experts say that COVID-19 actually threatens to wipe out the development gains of the 19th century. So this has a profound implication for the way we view welfare in the country. And again, just to repeat what I said earlier, I think because we had this head start with the investments in the framing of SARS and the institutional infrastructure of SARS, we were number one, able to respond quickly with the digital infrastructure that we had created in executing SARS emergency cash, reaching out to around 40% of the country's population. And then subsequently, we did not drop the ball on the recovery, on the instruments which will now enable us to recover from COVID-19 from a welfare and poverty alleviation perspective. So we've accelerated the National Socioeconomic Survey. We've expanded the base of SARS Kafalat, which is our mother instrument. We've rolled out on time a new conditional cash transfer program centered on health and nutrition outcomes. We've scaled up nationwide a conditional cash transfer program with primary education endpoints. And the one window SARS is going to be rolled out on time. And there's a whole list of initiatives centered on welfare outcomes that are going to be rolled out on time, inshallah, and that have been rolled out on time, even subsequent to the initial for lack of a better expression, dawning of COVID-19. So this investment enabled us to respond better, and hopefully investments in these welfare-centered infrastructure will enable us to recover better. But just before I hand the floor back to you, I just want to re-emphasize that human security with its multifaceted dimensions, interlinked in their own right, have a deep interdependence with state security. In our national planning, in our public policy formulation, we must keep cognizance of that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sania Nishtar. And as you said, I mean, there's lots of points that we'd like to pick up from there, but I'd like to move on to other speakers as well. Dr. Faisal Sultan is with us. Dr. Sania talked about COVID-19 and the sort of profound impact it's had on poverty. And again, I'd like to reiterate, I have lots of questions on that, and I'm sure the audience does too. But let's move on to the pandemic response, Dr. Faisal Sultan, because it has gotten global appreciation, the smart lockdown policy. At the same time, we also know that this is not going anywhere soon. We are now in the middle of the third wave and dealing with that as well. So if you could talk about the pandemic response and where you think this model, this particular model that Pakistan has developed in terms of coordination and dealing with the response, how it could be replicated or at least emulated worldwide.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to say, it will have some echoes of what's been said already. But picking up from there and with a specific focus on the pandemic response itself. Right at the beginning, I think we are in the happy position today of talking about security beyond a conventional or a territorial security perspective, and talking about it in the backdrop of COVID-19 actually provides us some advantages. And first and foremost of which is the fact that I don't think there's anybody alive today who's not been living under a rock who does not realize the fundamental and central importance of general human development, well-being, safety, security, and of course, especially in the context of health and well-being. Now, in Pakistan's case, one of the most important things and one of the most central tenets of our response was inclusivity and a focus and target towards protection of those that needed most. There was a tendency, or a temptation I should say, of rushing to somewhat narrower ideas of how to control the pandemic. But I think the tone was set by the government, by the Prime Minister himself, in which front center stage was the average Pakistani citizen. And so this nuanced approach, which really then got various names from all the way from smart lockdowns to this and that, essentially was that while we battle the pandemic, while we strive to protect people, let us not just protect them from the pandemic, but also make sure that what was coming as a consequence of our corrective actions or our restrictions did not indeed wipe out some of the gains that you were going to make from the pandemic control. And these included not just in the economic domain or in monetary terms, but well into how it impacted public health, access to health, prevention, our programs, and so forth. So this was the total backdrop. Now, specific actions within it were very crucial. We all talked about a whole of the government response, about everybody coming together, coherence, coordination, the NCOC. All that is good. But I think it was targeted not just for coherence of action, but for actions that actually had impacts that transcended social boundaries, social barriers, geography, and style of living, etc. So this coherence was first and foremost. The second bit, I think, that defined our response for the pandemic was the fact that, for once, our decisions at a government level were driven by direct statistical facts, by epidemic responses. So all around the globe we saw that there was, at times in advanced and developed countries, we saw some incoherence and some disagreements and difficulties, but at least in Pakistan we were able to cobble together a coherent response that was data driven, based on information, based on scientific information, which was not just nuanced but also flexible and responsive. So I think that was the second bit that was crucially important. The third part was the ability to not just coordinate detection or disease or analysis and throwing out recommendations, but the ability to actually reach out to provincial entities despite an 18th Amendment scenario to be able to have a coherent preparation for the pandemic and what was to come and so forth. And the next bit was even more important, which was to enable longevity to this process. It is quite okay to be able to build a response or to cobble together a response in real time, but to be able to ensure that it actually sustains, not only during the present cycles and waves of the pandemic, but to be able to be prepared for future threats and future risks that come along. So in line with that, the government's healthcare reform agenda is solidly along the lines of what is the usual playbook for this. So first and foremost, the access to care. And one of the things that, and so looking beyond a little bit the epidemic part of it, but to actually general health in perspective. So what destroys a lot of households and trips them over into poverty, into becoming recipients for SRs and such initiatives, very often is catastrophic health expenses. And so this whole Sehat card idea, nothing new, but the implementation, and it's across the board implementation, and as it's growing, is crucial as one of the pillars. So access to care. There are other bits to it, but perhaps if there is interest, we'll talk about it. The second important bit out of all this has been to ensure that the HR, the manpower that is created and generated to take care of those that require help and health is of sufficient numbers and of sufficient quality. So therefore, the reform of the regulating entities within Pakistan, the Pakistan Medical Commission, the Pakistan Nursing Council, and other such regulators is not only on the cards, is already partially underway. The next bit is crucial and important, both in the pandemic perspective as well as long term, is our ability to generate, regulate, create, innovate medical devices and medications and vaccines. So I think the reform of the current regulatory environment for the Drug Regulatory Authority Pakistan and similar is on the cards, and you will see more of it soon. And while this is not an exhaustive list, but I do feel that of the delivery of healthcare is one more aspect and tenet that we need to keep focus on, and that is governance and institutional reform. Many of our institutions, whether large or small, whether serving the primary care network or large tertiary hospitals, despite receiving funds, are often poorly managed, and I think a reform of how these are governed has been crucial. So the next pillar in the reform agenda has been of reforming not only the major teaching institutions, you've heard about the MTI Act, both within the federal territories and others, but also of the primary and secondary healthcare networks. So this is also a work that is in partial process. So we hope that what's been highlighted to us because of the pandemic is not just restricted to the pandemic itself. There is a pandemic response, but it needs to build some sustainability so that we have a healthcare system that truly takes care of the weakest parts of society. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sultan. That was very comprehensive. And there are a couple of points that I'd like to come back to you on as well. And I think they're interlinked. So for instance, if we talk about access to healthcare, universal healthcare, or universal basic income, those are tied together. But I'm going to move on to Mr. Aslam now, and because this is also linked. Food security is linked to climate change, disasters that keep on happening and disrupt systems and displace people and impact the most marginalized. That's also linked as well. We know that climate change is an existential challenge, not just in Pakistan, which is a country that's extremely vulnerable, but around the world as well. Could you talk about your initiatives? We know that the tree plantation program on a massive scale has also gotten recognition globally. But what else? What is beyond that?
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank the National Security Division for having this workshop, and also for including this issue of climate change within the ambit of human security. I mean, I personally believe that in the 21st century, we cannot think of human security without climate security. This is probably on top of the list of most countries now in terms of protecting their humanity. In Pakistan, we are feeling it and we are living through that paradigm much more than other countries. We are a country which is not a big contributor to this problem. We didn't create it. I mean, we are 135th even today on the list of countries who are contributing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. We are less than 1% in terms of the quantum of greenhouse gases put in the air. But we are number 8th on the list of countries most vulnerable to climate change. We have been facing impacts for the last decade and a half. And this year there was a special categorization done of only 3 countries in the world which have been constantly on the top 10 list of most vulnerable countries. And Pakistan happens to be one of those 3 countries. So this is a problem which is not of our making, but which we will have to deal with and which our next generations will have to deal with. And I'll just take a minute to tell you why that issue is there. It has to do with our topography and our geography. Topographically, Pakistan is a country which has got the 2nd highest point in the world, K2, and then we go down within 2,000 kilometers to the sea level. So within those 2,000 kilometers, we've got 12 ecological zones, which is a gift of God, because no other country in the world has those 12 ecological zones. But geographically, the problem is that on top of that, longitudinal line, we've got the 3rd pole of the world sitting. The water powers of the world are there in the north of Pakistan, and the 3 main mountain ranges have got the glaciers which feed us, but which are also now a threat because of climate change. And what happens is that if you have too much water flowing through Pakistan, it's a longitudinal country, there's one big artery of the Indus, that is a problem. And if you have too little water flowing through Pakistan, that becomes a problem because of drought. So this topography and geography is not going to change in Pakistan. So climate change is an issue of our national security which is here to stay. It has got dimensions much wider than the environment. It has got economic dimensions, because when we deal with the issues of climate change, there's a price to pay for that. And the price tag that has been estimated is about 3 to 4% of our GDP gets shaved away when Pakistan faces these impacts. It is an issue of water security, because all of it has to do with the glacier in the north and the monsoons which are also shifting because of climate change, and all of that comes down as water in Pakistan. It's almost 90% of the water that we have is seriously impacted with climate change. It also has to then do with food security, because that water feeds the agriculture. The agriculturist in the farm depends on the weather patterns to sow his seed, to reap his crop, and those weather patterns, if they change, the food security gets directly impacted. It also has to do with national security, because we share our water basins, and we share this huge water tower, ice tower in the north with our neighbors, and we don't have very friendly relationships with them. And there is no regional cooperation mechanism which is really a requirement for Pakistan, but at the moment it does not exist. So I think this is the paradigm that we are living in Pakistan. And if you talk about what our response is, what we're doing about it, I think our primary response has to be on the adaptation front. How do we adapt to these changes? Because these changes are happening, and Pakistan has to be ready to adapt to them. So we have to set up early warning systems so that we know about these changes as early as we possibly can, as early as we scientifically can. So we are doing that. We're setting up a lot of monitoring stations on our glaciers which are melting, so that we know very soon what is happening in the north, because whatever happens in the north very soon travels down to the south. Pakistan is built that way. So we are setting up those monitoring stations so that we can set up early warning systems. We are also setting up these weather stations in Balochistan, which is a drought-ridden province of Pakistan. And they need to know also beforehand when the rains are coming, how much the rains are coming. So as much as scientifically it is possible, Pakistan is on that pathway. We've got the funds, and that is being implemented. But we also need to climate-proof our infrastructure. The infrastructure that we build today in the 21st century is not what we could have built in the 20th century, because it faces all these impacts, and these impacts are not going anywhere. So this climate proofing of infrastructure is important, and then when climate change hits any country, 90% of the impacts are because of the wrong infrastructure being in the wrong place, built in the wrong way. And so we are cognizant of that, and our planning process has been tweaked to add a climate risk box in it, so that any infrastructure project in Pakistan has to look at climate change risks and then make that design. But what we're also doing, when we talked about the tree plantation campaign, that's a nature-based solution to deal with climate change. It doesn't sound very complicated, but there have been studies done by Oxford University, by Harvard University, who have studied all the responses to climate change and what you can do about it. And the easiest, most effective, cheapest response is to plant a tree. It's a God-given gift to the world. It's a machine which, when you plant it, it starts bringing down the carbon dioxide, starts putting in oxygen. It regulates the local climate in areas where it is badly required, and it also stores the water and then gives it, the rainwater, and then gives it down to the ground. So it's the machine that every climate impacted country needs. In Pakistan, luckily, with the vision that we had with our Prime Minister, even in KP, we started the Billion Tree Project, which was a big success because we targeted 350,000 hectares of forests to be restored. We actually did 600,000. We did it below budget, overachieved on our own vision, and got globally recognized for that. And now we've got the 10 billion tree project underway. It's got 7 plants, so it's dealing with all sorts of forests, from the northern forests, alpine forests, to the scrub forests in the mainland Pakistan, to the mangroves in the south. And it's got a human dimension to it. All of this nature-based solution is based on encouraging communities to come in, giving green jobs to the people. So even in this pandemic, when we got hit by the pandemic, we announced what was called the green stimulus. And the idea of the green stimulus was that we needed to protect nature, but at the same time generate green jobs. So about 85,000 green jobs got generated in a COVID-safe environment for young people by this project during the COVID era. At the same time, we also started a protected area initiative. I talked about the 12 ecological zones. Pakistan is a very unique country, and these, we've got sites in Pakistan which are not present anywhere else in the world, and these need to be protected for our future generation. So we are doing that through this protected area initiative. We are, expanding our protected areas exponentially, I would say, because we had 30 national parks just 8 months back. Today we have 45, covering a huge expanse of area. All of these national parks will also get jobs, because we're going to employ park rangers and young people to go out and protect nature and be part of this protected area initiative. It's also something as a tool, a nature-based tool to counter climate change. I'll just take a minute to talk about the energy side also, because that's the other part of climate change. That you talk about nature, you invest in nature, and that helps you fight climate change. But we also, on the energy side, we need to be on the right side of history. And Pakistan has decided that we are not part of the problem, and we don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution to climate change. So on the energy side, we've taken some very big decisions. One of which is that we are moving towards clean energy. We've set a target of 60% of our mix to be clean energy, which is hydro, and we're lucky to have hydro, wind, and solar present in Pakistan. So we've set a target, and now we're moving in that direction. We're trying to get off the coal bandwagon. Previous governments put us on the imported coal bandwagon. So we were importing coal, setting up these projects in Pakistan. So we have decided not to do it anymore. So the Prime Minister made a very bold statement to immediately stop it. And we are not just talking. We shelved 2,600 megawatts of a signed imported coal project and added 3,700 megawatts of hydropower. We are also talking about electric vehicle transition. That's the way the world is going. That hurts us more because transport is 40% of our emissions. It's also bad for climate change, but it's worse off for air pollution in Pakistan. So we need to get rid of that problem, and one of the ways to do it is to go electric. So we've set up a policy and a 30% transition towards that solution. So, I would just like to say that, climate change is a problem which is not going to go away in Pakistan. It is here to stay because of the way we are, but we are in a position to confront the issue and try to adapt to the new world which has got climate change in it. And Pakistan is doing that, and it will remain in the middle of the equation as far as human security is concerned. And I'm glad that we've started the discussion on that.
Thank you so much. Again, you've looked at it from the energy, food security, water, all of those perspectives. But I think ultimately, and that's the whole idea behind the human security paradigm as well, where it goes back to personal security as well. And we have Mr. Ghani with us. We're very fortunate. And we know that it's visible success in terms of counter-terrorism. That's measured, that's been acknowledged again, time and time again, all over the world. The next step, obviously, is counter-extremism. How do we measure the success in that area?
Terrorism is a threat to the Constitution, and countering terrorism is protecting the Constitution. Thank you very much. I'm indebted to the organizers to invite me to this better late than never conference, and giving me this honor to speak, and more importantly to learn from the distinguished keynote speakers. I'm somewhere between a side note speaker and a discussant, so I'll have to find out where I fit in this whole thing. Over 100 definitions each for extremism and terrorism. It is not an easy phenomena to understand and explain. But to me, terrorism is a message, clear and unambiguous. Extremism is a process, not the result of a single incident, but it seeps into the DNA of a society through a sustained and sometimes deliberate process. While we remain embroiled with definitions, the region, the world, and particularly Pakistan, has been ravaged by conflicts, by violence, and mayhem. At least 2 generations have seen nothing but conflict in our region and in the world. But due to the time constraints, I'll not go into what are terrorism, what are extremism, why we are here, why facing this situation, but we'll go straight to some of the solutions of this. Although I concede that without finding the causes of extremism and intolerance, it is difficult to plug those gaps. But let's see what are the responsibilities within. So when I was heading the National Counter-Terrorism Authority in 2017, we discussed with diverse stakeholders to find out what are the causes of extremism, and we conceptualized problems to find out solutions to countering violent extremism. And there was one thing that stood out amongst the many threats, and that was vulnerability. So vulnerable population is at high risk of emotional and psychological manipulation by extremist groups. Vulnerable individuals have a multiplier effect, and they spread their vulnerability to their surrounding people through propaganda and through actual destruction of life or property. Extremist groups offer social, even economic support to those who are vulnerable. These groups infuse a sense of identity and belonging in the vulnerable groups. These, ladies and gentlemen, are actually functions of the state, which over many years it has abdicated. Pakistan's major predicaments stem out of regional and global conflicts, and not many are of its own making, but they're here. There are problems now. We have to face these problems. Unfortunately, our political leadership has not owned the problems, and public too has not owned the problems and the solution. There is a new phenomenon, a more dangerous threat than what we have been facing. And that is self-radicalized youths who are targeting the people who hold divergent ethnic, political, sectarian, and religious views. The state, again, is looking the other way. Coupled with this is a hybrid war, which too has national, regional, and global implications. And we, I think, need to address our own internal vulnerabilities to counter this threat. As the saying goes, no religion is not an antidote to religious bigotry. In the same manner, I would say more hybrid war is not a solution or a means to counter. We cannot measure, as you asked, extremism and how much we have been successful. We have yet to focus on these issues, on the issue of extremism. Through tactical CT, which are primarily steps and actions taken by police, military, and other law enforcement agencies. And Pakistan, as we all acknowledge, and the world community has acknowledged, has done exceptionally well there. It is the strategic CT that we must focus on, and that is what you are referring to. Strategic CT are legislation, our policies, procedures, processes, and most importantly, their implementation. These are the domain of the political leadership and exercised through the state structures. Countering extremism and preventing extremism, violent extremism, are essential part of strategic CT. It is important because without preventing or countering extremism, we cannot eliminate terrorism. These, through tactical CT, we can eliminate 10 terrorists, 20 more will spring up. Countering and preventing violent extremism will dry up the recruitment to these groups, which is as important, if not more, than propaganda, countering propaganda, or choking financing for terrorism. In the post-World War II Europe, multitude of nationalist, Marxist, extremist organizations were neutralized by the states when they addressed the reason for their existence. We need to do the same. So there are more actions which I can talk about, which refer to the responsibilities within. So if there are any questions, I would respond to them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghani. I'm just going to do a quick round of questions that I had, and then we're going to open the floor, and I would obviously request our esteemed guest be brief with their answers. Dr. Nishta, just coming back to you, and I think I just wanted to flesh this out a little more. You talked about how Pakistan was already prepared. I mean, the SAS program is obviously, as we talked about, was in place. It had its previous incarnation as well as the Benazir Income Support Program. But when we also look at taking this to the next level and the next step in your efforts in this regard, and what you've done in this has been, laudatory. Kenya is an example of where it had a universal basic income and was prepared for the effects of unemployment, mental and physical, mental and physical effects of COVID-19 as well, because a universal basic income was in place. So there's been lots of studies that are done in that regard. Do you think that could potentially be the next step for Pakistan's poverty alleviation program in order to address multi-dimensional poverty across Pakistan?
So you're right in saying that universal basic income is a concept that has been fleshed out over the years. It has a certain appeal with certain thought leaders, and with others it is not. In a context such as Pakistan, would it make sense to be sending me 2,000 rupees a month or sending Faisal Sultan 2,000 rupees a month? I don't think so. So I think we need to have our own model of basic income, and that model of basic income, I strongly feel, does not have to be universal. You have to start from the bottom. You have to have a transparent way of ranking the socioeconomic status of households and individuals and families. And clearly it is the responsibility of the state to be underwriting the basic costs of those who are most impoverished, who are most vulnerable. So the concept of basic income has to be linked to need. And I just want to clarify that the notion of basic income in Asas is not a notion of universal basic income where Faisal Sultan and I also start getting checks because it's a universal concept. Now, there are resource constraints, because when we run Asas Kafalat, which is the program for of 2,000 rupees in bank accounts for the poorest families, we start from the bottom and we look at our resource envelope, and it's a constant struggle with the financial managers, because currently we have an envelope to cover 7 million families, and we feel that we should be covering at least 10 million. And we will continue to make the case that the ceiling should be enhanced. But the concept of assistance and welfare and the notion of addressing multidimensional poverty, which you referred to in the Asas framework, is also such that it addresses several target audiences. So we have different instruments and different programs for 14 different target audiences. So there's a program, Kafalat, for poor families, for disadvantaged families. There are programs for orphans, there are programs for widows, there are programs for impoverished students in 3 layers. So there is a stipends program for girls and boys who go to primary school. And recently there's been a very interesting innovation in that, which the Prime Minister will be announcing very soon. Then there is a secondary stipends program which some provinces have, which the federal government does not have, to cover the ground that is left uncovered, on which we are currently working and which will be approved in the next 10 days. And then we have a program for undergraduate scholarships, the largest ever in the country. So 3-tiered program for needy students. Then there are programs for those who risk medical impoverishment. There is the flagship Sehat Sahulat, and those who are not covered under Sehat Sahulat are going to be covered under the new instrument of Asas Tahaffuz, just to make the whole coverage comprehensive. Then, so I've talked about poor students, orphans, widows, poor deserving students, those who risk medical impoverishment. Then there are programs for poor laborers. There are programs for those who want to seek employment. There are different instruments for that. There's Asas Tahaffuz, I beg your pardon, there's Asas Amdan, there's Asas Bila Sood Karza. And then there are programs to make the government pro-poor. So there's a whole range of 14 target groups through which we, and different programs which target them. So the concept of basic income is just one programmatic intervention, but what we have is a range targeting different groups. Of course, resources is a challenge, and that is the ongoing battle of line ministries, not just mine, but all the line ministries with finance, because we want more budget to cover programs comprehensively. I just wanted to make a clarification with your, with regard to your initial comment about Asas and that being an incarnation of BISP. Respectfully, that is not the case. I just want to bust this popular myth that Asas is a rebranding of BISP. BISP is the name of an institution. It is the name of a law, and institutions roll out programs. So even 10 years ago, BISP used to have Wasila Rozgar, Wasila Haq, Wasila Sehat. All those programs were capped by previous boards on account of certain allegations, which were subsequently proven. BISP as an institution executes 7 SAS programs, but there are 34 other entities executing SAS programs. Sehat Sahulat is part of the SAS framework. SAS Amdan is part of SAS framework. SAS interest-free loan is part of the SAS frameworks. There are 7 SAS endpoints which are embedded in the mandate of the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis. My cabinet colleague has at least 6 SAS-related endpoints which are part of his mandate. So there is an SAS for which the execution responsibility rests with me as the person responsible, as the individual responsible for executing the social protection side. But then there are 268 items under SAS, the execution responsibilities for which rest with many different 34 other cabinet colleagues and their provincial counterparts, and there's a mechanism of follow-up, there's a cadence with which we monitor follow-up, there's a dashboard, there's a whole delivery unit which looks at delivery, and I'd like to invite you to our offices so that we can explain to you that SAS is a much larger framework.
Of course, I said reincarnation. I didn't say that you can't divorce it from the original. But I'm going to move on now. I'm going to open the floor.
It is not the original. BISP is an institution which executes 7
that also a concept as well. I'm just going to stop there. I'm going to open the floor to questions from the audience, and hopefully we should be getting some from the live stream as well. Who is going to be sort of getting the mic over to the people who are going to be asking questions?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Suhail from Concept. I have a question for Ms. Sania Nishtar, that I see that there is a lack of awareness among the people, because whenever they get money, they just align it, they just say that this is something related to the BISP. Like I have seen many people who have been getting this benefit in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province from the SAS program, and they say that Benazir wale paise aa gaye hain. So this is something which the government really needs to work on, because this is the image of this government, that it is providing this, very judiciously, this money providing to the people. But still the credit is being given to the BISP, and it might be a politically incorrect move of the government if it does not take care of this issue.
So I don't want to comment on the politics of it, I just want to comment on the facts. And the factual position is that one of our programs, which is SAS Kafalat, which is an unconditional cash transfer program, is a massively reformed version of what BISP used to do initially in terms of unconditional cash transfer grants. You saw that when COVID struck, we had a mechanism of giving cash transfers which were totally grounded on a new institutional infrastructure. So the norm of seeking requests through 8171 was never done before. The use of data analytics was never done before, and the fully biometric payments was something that were introduced recently. And of course, in terms of the other ecosystem of SAS, there's a lot more to SAS than just the unconditional cash transfers, which, as I just explained, is part of the SAS framework.
I'm Senator Walid Iqbal. I believe Dr. Sania Nishtar deserves the highest measure of credit for, among other reasons. One, that I was present at the launch of one of the SAS program sectoral rollouts. And the Prime Minister himself acknowledged. The Prime Minister wanted it to be done yesterday. The Prime Minister had been pressurizing Dr. Sania Nishtar for the previous 6 or 8 months for the launch. But Dr. Sania was the one who had put her foot down, saying that I allow its launch only once the transparency and the integrity, which she also referred to, unless that is ensured, this will not roll out. And I think Dr. Sania deserves the highest measure of credit for that. Along with Dr. Sania Nishtar, Dr. Sania and Dr. Faisal deserve the highest measure of credit for, you know, their combined efforts in the face of the pandemic, which was acknowledged by maybe he's a doctor, Larry Summers, the former Secretary of Treasury of the United States and former President of Harvard University, who said that if the Trump administration had employed the same kind of methods and handling of the pandemic, the US government could have saved $10 trillion. So I think credit goes to both of them. My question, Dr. Sania, for you is, no, I'm saying all of this for the audience because they'll never sing their own praises, and I think they are worthy of that. My question, Dr. Sania, to you especially is something to which the Prime Minister alluded yesterday at the inaugural of this Islamabad Security Dialogue. And I'm not sure if it comes directly under your division or whether it's the Ministry of Finance, but one way or the other, I'm sure you must be in the loop. And he referred to targeted subsidies. If you could kindly educate us, myself and all of the others who are a bit unaware about this, how it will roll out, and most importantly, will it impact one of the biggest challenges that our government is facing, which is food inflation?
Thank you, Senator Walid, for your very kind comments. I'm deeply honored and humbled. In terms of the targeting of subsidies, yes, SAS is very much in the center of that. This is something we have to execute. So there was a fundamental decision of the Prime Minister, of the government, that there are billions spent on untargeted subsidies, and that we will make a fundamental decision to go towards the policy objective of targeting subsidies so that the poor benefit first and so that they help bridge the inequity divide. Now, when you're talking about targeting of subsidies, you're talking in different paradigms: gas subsidies, electricity subsidies, food commodity subsidies. So the Prime Minister's recent announcements were about food commodity subsidies. And the way we're approaching this is in two different ways. First of all, the targeting of subsidies at the Utility Stores Corporation. So currently, when Ramzan comes, the government underwrites the cost of subsidizing 5 commodities. It's oil, it's dals, it is sugar, it is atta, and maybe 1 or 2 other things. But those are untargeted subsidies. So we can also benefit from those subsidies in the same way as the poor can. So the Prime Minister had directed that we have to install the right systems, the infrastructure, so that we can give the targeted subsidies to those who deserve it. Now, what is going to be the quantum of that? What is going to be the vertical and the horizontal of that is a matter of policy. But essentially, what needed to be created was an interface between the Utility Stores Corporation and SAS, so that they could dive into our database, verify the eligible, and in their own IT system, inventorize how much subsidy are they going to give on atta, on chini, on dal, etc., etc. So I'm very pleased to let you know that this morning we had a final meeting. I reviewed in their headquarters the integration between SAS and the Utility Stores Corporation is complete. The hardware procurement is going to happen over the next 8 weeks, and starting from May, in all utility stores corporations, when an SAS beneficiary would go, they will put a biometric signature. They will be entitled to an equivalent of, say, 500 or 1,000 rupees figure of speech, subsidy on certain items, and only one individual per family will be able to draw on that subsidy at the utility stores in 1 month. So that is something well on its way to execution. The other thing that SAS is, and just to close the loop on that, the way it is going to be executed at the front end is going to be through a utility stores, a SAS food stamp. So deserving individuals will get an SMS food stamp saying, this month you can claim 800 or 1,000 or whatever it is at every utility store. Inshallah, in May it will be up and running. The other bit The other part of the food, of the targeted subsidy relates to the ecosystem of Kiryana. Now, utility stores is 4,000 branches in Pakistan. But the Kiryana network in Pakistan is much larger. It runs into, our estimates are 400,000 plus. So the mechanism which is going to be rolled out is also at the front end also going to be an Asas food stamp, which is going to be in the shape of an SMS. So the deserving individuals, depending on the horizontal depth, horizontal and the vertical depth, meaning how many people and how much subsidy you want to give, they're going to receive an SMS, a food stamp, an Asas food stamp. They will be able to go to any Kiryana store which is biometrically enabled. They will be able to put a signature and they will be able to draw say a 500 rupee discount on the Kiryana items that they purchase. So these two things are going to be executed around May and June. The preparations for this are quite deep and far-reaching. And in terms of the second part of your question, how would this address the issue of price hikes? Yes, it will squarely address the issue of price hikes, because a deserving individual will be able to go to either Kiryana or utility store and redeem a subsidy. Will be able to redeem a food stamp, but you and I will not be able to do that. Very much in line with the government's thinking of helping the poor, of being welfare-centered, of moving away from untargeted to targeted subsidies.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask a few online questions, and I know that there's lots coming in just to sort of engage other panelists as well. We have a question coming from Mariam, and this is for you, Mr. Aslam. The notion of climate diplomacy is gaining credence in Pakistan. Can you put out some of the efforts, policy plans to engage Pakistan in climate diplomacy?
Well, as I said, Pakistan is a country which is very unique because it's not part of the problem, but it is stepped up to be a part of the solution. And this has been globally recognized. In terms of climate diplomacy, I think it is very important to engage with countries on this front, and Pakistan has a very good story to tell. We've brought actions on the ground, which very few countries have, because there's a lot of talk, but very few countries have actually taken action on the ground, which has been globally acknowledged. So we have a very, as I said, a good set of actions that have been announced, which we can take to the table. And climate diplomacy over this year is taking a very big, important step forward, because the Paris Agreement, which was signed in 2015, which was to actualize in 2020, but it did not happen because of COVID. This is the year that it is going to happen. And with the US coming back into it, because it's one of the major polluters, along with China and India, that process is going to move forward in a very strong way. Also associated with that is that there's going to be a value associated with carbon, or the reduction of carbon emissions will get a value associated with that. And again, Pakistan, because it is taking a number of steps in the nature-based area, which are reducing carbon, as well as the energy sector, which is avoiding carbon, has a very strong chance to be a part of that whole process. And that is then all linked with climate finance, how much money you get from the market to take these actions. Again, Pakistan is showing leadership by putting its own money on the table. There are very few developing countries who have put their own money on the table to show their commitment. Pakistan has done that, and we are also now being considered as one of the countries which is going to be piloted for a nature bond, a sovereign nature bond. And that sovereign nature bond is an exercise which has started happening post-COVID, that a lot of countries, because of being hit by COVID, wanted to get a relief in sovereign debt. Pakistan is one of those countries. But the other countries were saying that if you do this, if you reduce the sovereign debt, you want to get performance on nature which is transparent and credible. So Pakistan has been chosen as one of the countries to be piloting that. And if we can do that, we will be able to get a lot of funding for the actions that we are taking. So I think all of this has to do with climate diplomacy, with putting a positive face forward and a positive step forward for climate solutions. And Pakistan, as I said, is well poised to do that.
All
Great, thank you. There's a question for you, Mr. Ghani, as well from our live stream audience. What is the mechanism adopted by the government in former FATA for de-radicalization? A mechanism that the government is adopting in the former FATA region for de-radicalization?
Let me clarify something. Radicalization per se is not a bad thing. When it turns into extremism and adopts violent means, then it becomes dangerous. Ending slavery was a radical step, adult franchise, giving voting rights to women empowerment. They're all so. Let's have a little differentiation between radicalization, extremism, and terrorism. FATA is it's named as the NMDs, newly merged districts. I sometimes call them WMDs. Why? Because it's a very, very sensitive thing. FATA has come out, the erstwhile FATA has come out of a major conflict. Not fully yet, but it has come out of that. And we are somehow focusing on a stick and carrot policy for FATA. Why do I say that? I say that because we're concentrating more on courts, on police stations, on law enforcement. I would feel, I come from PATA, the provincially administered tribal areas, and have served for a long time. I come from KP, so I know. We should go for a carrot and stick. Clean drinking water, education, health facilities, and then other things. That is one of the soft measures that we can adopt. Many of the soft measures that should be adopted are not exactly connected to countering terrorism, but they ultimately result in countering terrorism, addressing negative socio-economic factors, corruption, governance, economic disparities. Economic disparities, if you look at the social indicators of Pakistan and you find the lowest social indicators, you will find that these are the places which have problems. FATA, Baluchistan, interior Sindh, South Punjab. So all these have problems because of economic disparities. So the quicker we end those economic disparities, which were extremely evident and which caused one of the major issues. So I think there are problems. The funding that was supposed to go into FATA, I think, have not gone, which was the caveat, so to say. There were people who are against the merger and who would like the process to be reversed. I'm very, very glad that we have crossed, as they say, the Rubicon, because we can't go back apart from a constitutional amendment. So there are people who do not want the merger, who want the process to be reversed because they have interests in the old system. But I'm sure that with a little focus, we can prevent extremism, counter and then prevent extremism.
Thank you so much. I'd like to open questions to the floor again. We didn't get any from this side, so I'd request whoever is taking the mic, the gentleman in the pink tie.
My question to Dr. Faisal Sultan. This government has launched its pilot project, Sehat Insaf Card. If we see all the previous speeches of Prime Minister Imran Khan, he has focused constantly on upgrading and improving the service delivery of public sector hospitals. But do you not think that you have completely changed the strategy and issued the Sehat Insaf Card in the whole country? and you have not given due attention to public sector hospitals upgradation and their improvement of service delivery.
Very fair question. Let's look at it this, and let's look at it from the perspective first of the Sehat card, what it intends to do, and what part of the canvas remains unpainted, which you referred to, and how is that being addressed. So first and foremost, the idea of the Sehat card was really to protect the poorest of the poor from economic jolts from medical bills, essentially. So this started out initially in restricted districts, then that rolled out to much of KP, parts of Punjab, some of the federally administered territories. KP more recently has actually made it universal so that every citizen essentially is entitled to those coverages. The idea there was that you would be able to walk with a card or with coverage to any institution that was empaneled, such that you would vote with your feet whether you wanted to visit a public sector institution that was empaneled or a private institution. Now, even at the present time, as far as healthcare delivery is concerned, 70% or more of delivery in healthcare is actually provided, the last mile is provided by private institutions. So therefore, this was paying due deference to the fact that the actual delivery of care was being delivered not just in the public sector institutions. So therefore, to have that flexibility of going wherever you want. Second, instead of investing in brick and mortar, in many places where it is very difficult and tedious and inefficient to invest in brick and mortar and then to man and support those places, it may be actually better to allow some of the private sector to invest in smaller towns where you do not have a public sector presence, and to ensure that the person gets the care. So the bottom line is that the person gets care. But the second part is also very important, and you've alluded to it, which is that these large and small public sector health delivery units of any kind, whether 2,000, 3,000 bed hospitals like the Mayo hospitals of this world or PIMS or others, or smaller ones, they need to be governed better. So we started out first with the largest bit of the problem, sort of in a way a lowest hanging fruit, is to reform the fundamental governance structure in these institutions. And what was the strategy? The strategy was to actually to remove them somewhat from the direct control of the health ministries, which become very bureaucratic in how they run these organizations. Allow them with financial autonomy through a single line budget, so that the governing boards have the autonomy of reallocating budgets and hiring good manpower, and to have salaries which are at least commensurate with what the market ought to be offering. And yet these remain public sector institutions governed fundamentally by the rules and system of the government, but on their day-to-day governance they're independent. This has been a hard journey, not easy, because you have entrenched organizations, institutions, Mayo Hospital over 100 years old, and similarly even in the KP, for example, Khyber Teaching Hospital, where I had the privilege of serving on the board, was opened in the early 70s. So the organizations become entrenched, and so to reform them without laying off people, without changing them, without just privatizing them, is a hard, tough path. And I think it's taken time, but KP is, I think, now beginning to reap the benefits of this institutional reform. It's just started out here in Islamabad and just about to start, in fact, in the Punjab. So it will take some patience and forbearance, but it will require investment of time and money from the government. So watch this space. I think you will see this happening as well. So they're not exclusive of each other, but rather the two things are complementary of each other, the safeguard as well as reform of the major institutions.
And if I may just add to this, there is a sister program called Asas Tahaffuz, which is currently deployed in Holy Family Hospital, and in order to ensure comprehensive coverage, it comes into play wherever there isn't Sehat Sahuliat coverage. So both the agencies are working quite closely to address precisely the question that you've asked.
More questions at the back over there?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Ali Jabir, journalist from APP. I have two questions from Dr. Faisal Sultan and SCPM Malik Amin Aslam Saab. First of all, Malik Amin Aslam, how would you like to elaborate, as you mentioned in your comments, that climate change adaptation is one of the best solutions Pakistan has to follow? How you have put this adaptation thing in the 5-point agenda of Prime Minister's Clean Green Initiative? And do you think public sensitivity that was raised by Prime Minister on climate change, how helpful it was to gain that response from the masses to chip in with the government initiatives? And for Dr. Faisal Sultan, I have this question that, sir, at the NCOC, since you led the decision-making process based on data, how you think the preparation of the government institutions who were responsible for generating data was well, or they need more moderation? And do you think it is the start of a new era where our government has started making decisions on data, on proper strategies? And will this lead to a future where we can develop our governance on this pattern, sir? Your comments on that, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think on adaptation, Pakistan, as I said, is not a country with a choice. We are forced to adapt to climate change, and we're already living in the age of adaptation. We are facing the consequences of climate change, and we have to adapt to it. On planning side, as I mentioned, that we have now put in the future infrastructure development the aspect of climate compatibility, so they have to adhere to that and when they're planning the infrastructure. But in the 5-point plan that you mentioned, the Protected Area Initiative and the 10 billion trees tsunami, both are tools of adaptation. I mean, they are adaptation as well as climate mitigation, but they do both things, and I think that's where the answer to your question lies. Thank you.
So on both the use of data and how prepared we are or were and going forth, I think we were quite unprepared, to be perfectly honest. I think the idea of using data as decision tool is obvious. We all sort of pay some lip service to it. And at a mental level, we all understand it. But were there systems that actually allowed the flow of data upwards and then the flow of data outwards or advice outwards? It did not exist. Now, we sometimes tend to think that in the post-18th Amendment scenario, it is that caused the disconnect. Perhaps some of it, but I don't think that even at an earlier time point, we were terribly well connected to ensure this kind of data-driven decision-making. So this had to be prepared in real time. And, you know, in this famous example of trying to build the plane while flying it, really struck home with me many times, because we were trying to build stuff that, or data streams or data flows that just did not exist. So temporarily, and to make things go, we piggybacked on stuff. We used stuff that existed already. So for example, the classic one was the polio data system, the dashboard and the data flow to capture COVID positive cases, PCRs from all across the country. But obviously, you know, because it's been built and, you know, taped up in a hurry, this requires now sustainability. And so one of the intervention areas, reform areas that I did not mention in my initial sort of monologue was the new NIH. So the National Institute of Health has existed for decades, and it has lived to part of its promise, but not to a fair bit of it. And so this also requires a change in how it is governed. So we've just appointed the brand new governing board for this, really a blue chip list of people who bring in expertise from various domains. So what it's created is the National Laboratory Center that was there to begin with, but to upgrade it, the CDC Pakistan, a Centers for Disease Control for Pakistan, for these emerging and other chronic diseases, a health data repository, in addition to 3 or 4 other institutes that cater to other things. So I think that now we will have an institutionalized ability to not only gather data, to evaluate it by best experts that you can find, and then to utilize that to make data-driven decision making. And I absolutely, sorely hope and surely feel that this example of using hard scientific data to guide and inform your decisions would not only be just for health, but will infect I mean, wrong choice of words maybe, but will infect the larger decision making in the government of Pakistan.
Right, thank you. There was another question over there of the lady.
My name is Seema. I'm a former Foreign Service officer. And thank you very much to the panelists for sharing all the excellent initiatives of the government. My question is, how important do you think population control is, whether it is healthcare, poverty alleviation, climate change, or economic disparity? And if it is important, is the government giving adequate importance to it, adequate emphasis on it, despite the 18th Amendment? Thank you.
You first, I'll go first. So yeah, I mean, who could, your question is loaded with its answer. So yes, but again, I think part of the issue is that we do, this is one area which gets paid a little bit of lip service, some bit of action, but we are, tremendously behind where we ought to be on the measurable numbers that exist. So we have a little paradox here. We have a population that's out of control. It has slowed down relative to the past, but nearly not enough to allow us to reach the goals that we want to. In the provinces, so let's start at the center. In the center, the population wing or the population functionality is now housed in the health ministry. But the real action, most of it, does happen in the provinces. And so there are two important interventions that we are trying to bring together so that we can make a dent in this epidemic. First and foremost is the fact that within the provinces, the population and health ministries are separate. This was a well-intentioned action back in the 60s, but it had unintended consequences. And what has happened is that this exceptionalism paved the way for silos. And I give this example all the time, and it is that we know that perhaps upwards of 40% of pregnancies in this country are unplanned. So therefore there's an ample opportunity, there is a demand, and there's ample opportunity to make an intervention, and we lose the most single important opportunity for intervention is the first postnatal visit or something like that. And the woman comes into a health structure and is often told that, yeah, the population entity is half a kilometer away and she's not going to come back there. You've lost your opportunity. So what we're trying with the provinces, at least where there is a government that may be aligned or is from the same political party, from PTI, is to see that whether we can merge at least functionally, but preferably completely, the health and population wings or the health and population ministries. That's one. The second most important intervention, I think, is provision of some help in terms of the commodities. Whether they could be indigenized, made locally. We're trying to make some efforts to give some breaks to create industry locally, or at least to provide some help to the provinces. We put together some money, earmarked some, and I'm in the midst of trying to advocate for allocation of that money. So these are the two important interventions that I feel. But there are tons others, and we are behind in this. That, I think, is, thank you for pointing it out. I should have actually included it in the initial conversation. Thank you.
You know, when I had my opportunity to make the initial comments, I said that if the 1993 framework of human security was to be reframed today, at least for countries like ours, demographic security would have to be a part of that. And I recall saying that the population is a denominator for development. So I couldn't agree more with you. But we have to understand where the problem lies. So if you cut the population into 5 quintiles, the quintile that I deal with is where the problem is the most. And Seema, you have deep knowledge of having done many studies there. The family size in the 5th quintile is 8.4, and I see it with my own eyes day in and day out. Every woman in former Fata, in Balochistan, in interior Sindh, and in South Punjab, and in all the disadvantaged areas of this country, every woman has 8 children. Every woman has 8 children that I've met. So this is a deep, deep issue that we need to face, and as responsible members of the cabinet, we accept that there's a lot more that needs to be done. And this is not just a programmatic issue. This is a societal issue. There is an NFC formula that gives a disincentive for population control. And when you have provinces sitting at the table, there are some provinces who will absolutely disagree with this. There are factions and constituencies and societal groups who absolutely abhor the discussion of age of marriage and will come up with a number of different arguments to stoke public sentiment. There are huge programmatic failures and a huge list of issues, and the 18th Amendment is not just the sole thing to be blamed. And then of course there's a societal mindset. So the issue, there is a slide which is my nightmare. There are two trend lines. There is one trend line of population which is exponentially on the way up, and then there is this other trend line of water scarcity which nosedives below the water scarcity line. Triangulate these two things together and we're looking at a very deeply troubled scenario, which is why the conversation about state security and the conversation about human security and how factors such as water insecurity and demographic insecurity, I would like to label that as demographic insecurity, play into that, are matters at the core of our national security. And thank you, Seema, for highlighting that.
Thank you. I think this is better. We're safe now. Security not safe from the mic. But yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nishtar. I mean, that perfectly sort of brings it back to the conversation we had before. We've tried to flesh out as much as we could in this conversation, but I know, for instance, population, there's so much more to talk about. I mean, there's also economic growth that's linked employment that you need to provide to the millions of young Pakistanis that are entering the workforce. But I'm going to leave it here, lots of food for thought, and I know that we had more questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Nishtar, Dr. Sultan, Mr. Aslam, and Mr. Ghani. I'm going to hand it over to our MC now.
I thank the moderator, the speakers, and the discussant for an insightful discussion. I now request for a group photograph. I would request the session convener, moderator, speakers, and discussant for a group photograph on the stage. As a token of appreciation for your participation in the dialogue, the conference souvenirs are placed next to your seats. Kindly. The session 4 on regional peace and security, it is going to start at sharp 5 p.m. And in the session, His Excellency Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shah Mahmood Qureshi, will deliver the keynote address. So everybody is requested to kindly reconvene to the hall at 5 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
policy has been focusing on security, and that to me in the sense of the security. But now government is emphasizing geoeconomics. That is to leverage Pakistan's geographical position to optimize economic development, social progress, and to highlight that this Islamabad security dialogue is being convened, and I'm sure that this will be a resounding success.
My name is Dajab Rafiq. I am Director, Center for Strategic at the Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad. The center is honored to be a part of this security dialogue in Islam. On Pakistan's bilateral relations with major powers, particularly United States of America, Europe and Russia, as well as multilateralism, international political economy, non-traditional threats in climate change, environmental degradation, food security, population explosion and others. The recommendations
at the Institute of Strategic Studies. CAMIA's focus is on fostering comprehensive ties, exploring and establishing avenues for mutual cooperation and collaboration between Pakistan and Afghanistan, the Middle East and Africa, important regions as envisaged in Pakistan's foreign policy. Now, my vision for Pakistan is a country that is equal for all, a homeland that takes ownership of its citizens, regardless of their race, caste or religion.
I am Brigadier Lieutenant Dr. Saif Malik, Director, India Studies Center at Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad, the only think tank in Pakistan which is India focused, promoting discourse on India. I believe that Pakistan's future lies in couple of things, and priority goes to rule of law, good governance and meritocracy.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Malik Qasim Mustafa. I am Director at the Arms Control and Disarmament Center. As part of the SSI, the center was established in October 2019. The aim of the center is to contribute focused research and quality policy input through in-depth analysis and dialogue on issues of arms control and disarmament, nuclear safety and security, emerging technologies and challenges related to nuclear deterrence and strategic stability. For the Islamabad Security Dialogue, the ACDC's ideas for Pakistan is to promote strategic stability in South Asia. As we all know that Pakistan has emerged as a responsible nuclear state. Therefore, to enhance stability, we need to promote our narrative of peace, extend our outreach, and build trust at regional and international levels.
The Institute of Strategic Studies Islamabad is privileged to be part of Islamabad Dialogue. In a panel discussion on regional peace and security, the Institute is bringing together illustrious and accomplished professionals to discuss Pakistan's relations with China, India, Afghanistan, and the Muslim world. We hope to generate useful policy inputs for the policymakers of Pakistan.
So far, Pakistan's policy has on security, and that too in the classical sense of the security. But now government is emphasizing geoeconomics, that is to leverage Pakistan's geographical position to optimize economic development, social progress.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are now starting the fourth session on regional peace and security. And as you all are aware, this session is being also telecast and held virtually. Because of the COVID pandemic, we only had a limited audience in the hall. I am Izaz Ahmed Chaudhry, currently heading the Institute of Strategic Studies, and in that capacity I am the convener
of session 4. The Institute is privileged to be part of the Islamabad Security Dialogue, which has been organized by National Security Division, and I want to at the outset commend the NSD and its team, and especially the leader, Dr. Mueed Yusuf. Let me introduce our think tank to the audience. Most of you are aware of it, that this is a think tank that seeks to provide quality policy inputs through informed research, objective analysis, and dialogue on global and regional issues that affect Pakistan and our region. The Institute has been functioning since 1973, and apart from research and dialogue, we are very privileged to provide policy inputs to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other stakeholders. And I must mention here the patron of the Institute, Honorable Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, has been a strong supporter of this Institute, and for which we cannot thank him enough. The work of the Institute is now being conducted through 5 think tanks within the think tank. So 5 centers of excellence, which are China-Pakistan Study Center, India Study Center, Center for Afghanistan, Middle East and Africa, Arms Control and Disarmament Center, and Center for Strategic Perspectives. If you wish to know more about this think tank, please visit our website www.issi.org.pk. With this brief introduction, let me now introduce the session. As you are aware, the subject of this session is regional peace and security, and the keynote speech for this session will be delivered by none other than Honorable Foreign Minister himself. May I invite the Honorable Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi to kindly come to the stage and take the middle seat. Apart from the keynote speech that we will be commencing momentarily, let me also introduce that there will be 4 panelists, 3 of them joining us via web link, and one of them is present here, Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani, former Foreign Secretary of Pakistan and Ambassador to the US, EU and Australia. May I also invite you, Ambassador Jilani, to kindly come and take the seat at the far end. The other 3 panelists who have probably joined us already on the web link are Dr. Hu Shisheng. He is the Director of Institute for South Asian Studies at KICR, Chinese Institutes for Contemporary International Relations. This is a conglomeration of 15 centers. And then Ms. Laurel Miller, she is Director of the Asia Program of International Crisis Group. Earlier she was with RAND, has considerable practical experience at the Department of State and White House dealing with Afghanistan as well. Professor Dr. Akbar S. Ahmed, he is currently Ibn Khaldun Chair of Islamic Studies at American University in Washington, D.C., and I will be introducing in detail this gentleman and the lady once we start our deliberation. Let me say a few words about this session, the lay of the land for this session. You all have heard the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday. You all have heard the Honorable Chief of Army Staff today, and you have also seen some other speakers who have touched on the subject of regional peace. I think one common element in all of that discourse was that the world around us as well as around our region has undergone phenomenal changes. The major power competition is not only continuing but is likely to intensify. The threat of terrorism hasn't really gone away, especially next door in Afghanistan, and old simmering conflicts are also continuing, including Palestine and Kashmir, and we are witnessing high continuing levels of xenophobia and Islamophobia, and the global economy is also still struggling to come out of the effect of the pandemic COVID-19. And non-traditional security threats which have been talked about considerably today, including food, water, climate change, and so on, have also emerged as a major source of concern for our region. So all of this has affected our region, as indeed other regions of the world, but particularly our country and the three neighborhoods that surround our country, the South, West, and Central Asia. And of all the dynamics, I think the most pronounced is perhaps the competition that the United States is now engaged in with China as a matter of great concern for our region. The United States, in the process, as part of its Indo-Pacific strategy, has tried to build India as a counterweight to China, and that has complicated the politics of South Asia, because it seems to have emboldened the Modi regime, which is now undertaking a heavy hand on the rights of minorities in its bid to create Hindu Rashtra, and also jeopardizing the fundamental rights of the people of Kashmir, who remain oppressed by the Indian forces. The situation in Afghanistan too remains as fluid as ever, and Pakistan has huge stakes in peace in Afghanistan, and you heard our leadership confirm how strongly we are keen to see peace, see a peaceful, stable, and independent Afghanistan. And tensions in the Persian Gulf area are also continuing to simmer, affecting the unity of the Muslim world. So these are the four subjects that would be basically addressed in today's session. We will be posing these questions to our panelists. And before I invite the Honorable Foreign Minister for his keynote address, let me identify to him two more themes that have been plugged during this session. One is the renewed emphasis that the government, the people, the thought circles of Pakistan now want to place on geoeconomics. I won't say instead of, I'll say in addition to the geostrategy. And the other one is the concept of comprehensive security. Comprehensive security, although we have mentioned mainly traditional security and economic security and human security, but if you go back to the genesis of this concept, there were 7 pillars of that comprehensive security. But these 3 are the main ones that affect us. So both the speakers, yesterday Prime Minister and today the Army Chief, have also spoken and addressed these two, and this is a major area which we hope that you will touch in your keynote speech. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite the Honorable Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi for his keynote address. He needs no introduction. You all are well aware how accomplished a politician and experienced Foreign Minister he is. We are truly honored that he has decided to share with us his thoughts today. So may I invite you to the podium, Mr. Foreign Minister.
Thank you, Azaz. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on National Security and Strategic Policy Planning, Mohit Yusuf Sahab, Chairman and Director General ISSI, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to share my thoughts with you at this session of Islamabad Dialogue. This is a laudable initiative. I appreciate all those who have contributed to putting it together. What I have in mind for this interaction today is to briefly scan the global and regional landscape and to outline Pakistan's vision for peace and socio-economic development within that perspective. Clearly, the world is going through profound transformation. Indeed, this is another pivotal, defining moment in history. New security partnerships are being forged. Old alliances are being reinforced and even fortified. Policies of containment are once again ascendant, perhaps sowing the seeds of a new Cold War. During the past few years, the world witnessed renewed competition, accentuating rivalries and even a drift towards confrontation. Globalization and multilateralism were severely undermined by unilateralism and sharpening geopolitical tensions. Major power competition has become distinct. The mix of old and new conflicts and disputes is threatening peace and security in different parts of the world. Amidst this complex global dynamics, threats are being magnified by some in order to justify their relentless arms buildups and hegemonic designs. Geographical and maritime borders are being redefined to advance motivated geostrategic agendas. Alliance building and military dominance through power projection are taking shape. The misplaced notion of net security provider is being applied in our own region in disregard to the legitimate security interests of others. The cardinal principle of equal and undiminished security for all states is being undermined. New and emerging technologies are being weaponized at breakneck speed. Warfare is being fundamentally transformed due to these disruptive technologies. Yesterday's science fiction is becoming today's reality. Frontiers are being constantly pushed in the outer space, cyberspace, and in the domain of artificial intelligence. Disinformation and fake news is being spread as tools of statecraft. Terrorism in Pakistan has been actively sponsored, aided, and abetted from across our borders. The introduction of destabilizing weapon systems in our region, coupled with offensive doctrines and a growing propensity of military misadventurism, is accentuating challenges to strategic stability. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all these developments around us, marked by turbulence and volatility, Pakistani leadership's vision of Naya Pakistan is focused around economic security for the well-being and welfare of our people. While fully resolved to protect our vital national security interests, our emphasis is shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Pakistan's location makes it a natural hub for economic confluence for competing states. Rather than partake in geopolitical competition and rivalries, Pakistan is advocating coexistence and win-win cooperation. Pakistan has decided not to be a part of any regional conflict and has consciously chosen to be only a partner for peace and development. Just recently, we hosted the navies from 45 countries in a multinational naval exercise with members of NATO, to Russia and China among its participants. Ladies and gentlemen, specifically, Pakistan is calling for inclusive and cooperative approaches based on enhanced economic partnerships. We are positioning Pakistan as an economic hub and melting pot for positive global interests. Centered on economic security, our focus is on three pillars of connectivity, providing economic basis as development strategy, and peace within our borders and beyond. To leverage the economic potential of the country, multiple variants of diplomacy are being actively employed by the Foreign Ministry, including economic diplomacy, public diplomacy, digital diplomacy, and science diplomacy. New avenues are being explored beyond our traditional partnerships, expanding to Africa through the Engage Africa initiative. Economic outreach to ASEAN and the European Union is being qualitatively upgraded. The transformational China-Pakistan economic corridor, a hallmark of Pakistan's all-weather strategic cooperative partnership with China, is the quintessential connectivity project. Besides contributing to Pakistan's economic turnaround, CPEC is poised to contribute to regional prosperity. Pakistan offers the shortest route to international seas to the western part of China and to the Central Asian republics through the Karachi and Gwadar ports. We envision Pakistan emerging as the gateway to landlocked Central Asia and Afghanistan. We will endeavor to reap peace dividends in Afghanistan in the form of enhanced connectivity with Central Asia. Pakistan has steadfastly supported an Afghan-led and Afghan-owned peace process. Our approach is defined by the conviction that there is no military solution to the conflict in Afghanistan. Pakistan's constructive engagement and positive contributions to the Afghan peace process facilitated the US-Taliban peace agreement and the commencement of intra-Afghan negotiations, a fact duly recognized by the international community. It is imperative for the Afghan parties to seize this historic opportunity and work together to secure an inclusive, broad-based and comprehensive political settlement. Pakistan will continue to support this noble goal as we go forward. Distinguished participants, in principle, Pakistan is also ready to consider East-West connectivity to help address challenges of poverty and underdevelopment in South Asia. But obviously, we need a willing partner that is ready to engage in good faith, that is prepared to eschew belligerence, and that is committed to meaningfully address the factors that have bedeviled peace and security in South Asia for decades. Durable peace, security, and development in the region hinge on peaceful resolution of the long-standing Jammu and Kashmir dispute. It is clear that India's illegal and unilateral actions of 5th August 2019 in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir and the ensuing military siege and indiscriminate repression of Kashmiris caused incalculable damage to the prospects of peace. Our government had, at the outset in 2018, offered that if India took one step for peace, Pakistan will take two. But unfortunately, India chose to take several steps backwards. And the world saw the consequences. South Asia once again teetered on the brink. India must stop violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, halt its illegal attempts to change the demographic structure in the occupied territory, and implement the UN Security Council resolutions which guarantee the Kashmiris' right to self-determination through a free, fair, impartial plebiscite under UN auspices. It must also rethink its policy of fomenting destabilization in Pakistan and embrace a progressive agenda that can benefit the entire region. Mutually agreed restraints on nuclear capabilities and conventional forces remain indispensable for strategic stability in South Asia. In essence, the onus is on India to create an enabling environment. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's vision of peace, development, and connectivity offers an entirely new paradigm. Our outlook and trajectory are fundamentally transformed. The international community, particularly the Western world, needs to update their perceptions and their outlooks. Enhanced trade, investment, energy security, tourism, and people-to-people exchanges are our higher priorities. Our primary interest is in sustaining a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world order that takes everyone on board and leaves no one behind. We call for shedding zero-sum perspectives and for preferring cooperation over confrontation. Pakistan will remain committed to peaceful coexistence, cooperative multilateralism, and win-win outcomes. We will always support a rules-based and inclusive global order for advancing the shared objectives of peace, progress, and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Minister, for a very clear layout of the foreign policy priorities of Pakistan. Let me now switch my hat to that of moderator for this session. And you all have seen the invites. There'll be 4 subtopics: CPEC and China, Kashmir and India, the Afghan peace process and Pakistan and the bridge building in the Muslim world. The format for this would be that there will be no written speeches, but each speaker that I will recognize is welcome to use first 5 to 7 minutes to lay out the main thoughts and the main points in that respect. Under these 4 themes, we will be addressing some key questions. Pakistan has close relations with China. CPEC has reinforced this bond, but there is also a desire in Pakistan to maintain good relations with the United States. How do we ensure that this is not treated as a zero sum? Peace with India, of course, is of high importance. Unfortunately, India continues its repression in Kashmir, and the government of Pakistan has made it clear that there can be no meaningful engagement sans Kashmir, and today Foreign Minister has reiterated that the onus is on India to create that enabling environment. There is some good news on the implementation of ceasefire at the line of control. Whether this is the start of what could become a peace process or not, we'll talk about it. In Afghanistan, Pakistan is doing its best to facilitate peace because of a conviction in our country that a peaceful, stable, sovereign and independent Afghanistan is a strategic imperative for Pakistan. Our links to the Muslim world are also critical. Lately there have been reports of some countries linking up to Israel. continuing tensions between two leading nations of the Muslim world, and the impact of Islamophobia. We'll be talking about all these questions and themes with our panelists today. I'd like to start in the same order. Is Dr. Hu Shishing online? Organizers? Can you bring him onto the screen? Well, if they...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Well, let me, if you're online, let me just pose a few points for you, and then you can respond. All right?
Hello? My voice can be heard?
I'll like to raise for you a few questions. There you are. I think I can see that you are here. But first, let me also inform the audience how accomplished is Dr. Shishang, because it is important for you to know that he received his BA in Hindi, his MA in Sanskrit, and PhD on ethnic and religious issues, and is now a visiting scholar at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies as well. Dr. Hu, you are at the KICR, and you are heading the South Asia Institute within KICR, and you have also played a part in studying how cordial the relationship between Pakistan and China is, and the CPAC, the central role that CPAC has played in the recent past, and Pakistan has now entered into a second phase. So, and we are now, the present government is keen to enhance cooperation on the industrial cooperation as well as social development. My question to you would be that from a Chinese perspective, sitting in Beijing, what does the second phase of CPAC look like, and especially the special economic zones that are being established? When and how would the Chinese industries be expected to relocate to Pakistan under this second phase? People are very keen to know that CPAC should have and maintain that momentum, but in fact excel it. So over to you, Dr. Hu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks for the invitation to participate in this very important security dialogue. As for your question, as for the second phase of CPAC, so we know that because of the COVID-19, some of the progress may be anyway slowing down, but still during the COVID-19 last year, you can see still some visible progress. You can see that 46 of the 70 early harvest projects have started construction or nearly accomplished the construction, with the amount of investment reaching $25.4 billion, and including several basic mega projects, especially the physical connectivities like the KKH Phase 2 operation, like the PKM, Sukkur Metro, like the Lahore Metro Orange Line, and also some other even transporter traffic in transit agreement among 5 countries, including Uzbekistan, Pakistan, China, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Also, China still maintains the #1 trading partner with Pakistan. And China has been, after the taking effect, after the FTA second phase had been taken into effect, so the zero tariff items between the 2 countries has been widened to 75%. Especially some of the major export items like yarn, leather, nuts have enjoyed the duty exemption, duty-free exporting to Chinese markets. But of course, the second phase in the first phase of CPEC, we emphasized on basic infrastructure constructions. That is to say, we want, in the first phase, we have already accomplished to provide a more solid base for the second phase, like the energy supply. So the energy supply, the capacity of the energy generation has been nearly doubled, and there is nearly no blackout. And also the physical connectivities, which will make the communities be transformed in a more smoothly, more efficient way. So the second phase, of course, is focusing on two kinds of, investment. One is that the industrial park or industrial zone, as you mentioned. As I know that we already has starting the progress of a new industrial zone, like we already signed the first special economic zone called Rashkai. So we already signed the development agreement of the Rashkai special economic zone, and also the construction of the Islamabad industrial city has been started. So I think the progress is in the right direction. If without COVID-19, this kind of progress will be more visible, more encouraging. The second part of the focus of the investment is on the micro or small projects, which is closely related to daily lives upgradation or improvement of the local residents, so that make the ordinary people living around the CPEC can get direct benefit. In the first phase, mainly the mega projects had occupied the major resources, while the local residents cannot directly get benefit from those mega projects. But in the second phase, either industrial park, which will create more jobs, or the the small projects which related to the daily lives, will make the participation of the CPEC be broadly based, which of course will be the guarantee of the success of CPEC finally. But of course we know because of the disturbance of the COVID-19, this kind of efforts still left behind according to our original plan. But let's be a little patient. According to my view, that the CPEC already became a game changer. I say it from three aspects. One, firstly, that it is already changing the landscape of Pakistan, with more physical connections, with more power generated, with more industrial parks which will generate more jobs for the people, with the change of economic demographic landscape. So it can be said that the CPEC will become a narrower of the gap between Pakistan and India in terms of comprehensive national strengths. But most importantly, I want to emphasize here is that the CPEC construction really shift the focus of the society more on social and economic development. I think this is one of the most significant encouragement of CPEC. Secondly, it is changing the landscape of the Sino-Pakistan relations from the two-pillar bilateral relations, that is mainly focused on political relations and military relations, to now to four-pillar relations, with more and more solid economic bondage and more people-to-people interactions. It is said that before the COVID-19, we know that there are around 10,000 Chinese involved directly into the CPEC projects. And another nearly 10,000 Chinese involved indirectly into the constructions or economic development with various projects within Pakistan. More pillars means a more sustainable Sino-Pakistan relation will be. That is, like you say, the Sino-Pakistan, the car of Sino-Pakistan from the past two-wheeled car now into four-wheeled cars, more stable, more fast. Thirdly, I can say that it is changing the landscape of regional geo-economy and geo-strategy. On the one hand, CPEC has made BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, become an inalienable part of this region, which will make this region be more integrated economically, be more cooperative with each other, and be more focused on prosperity and stability. On the other hand, the development of CPEC in this region will enable this region to be more balanced in terms of comprehensive strengths. This kind of balance will be conducive for this region to achieve comprehensive security situation. But of course, CPEC is still in process. It is really a mega project which neither Pakistan or China had never witnessed or experienced. So that both of us be a little more patient and make more determined and decisive efforts to make it become not only a successful story in economic and social development, but also an example in regional cooperation and integration, an example in international relations. So I will just stop here.
Thank you. Thank you for this encouraging picture. You yourself mentioned that there was some programs were slowing down, but the way you have explained, I think, and I hope that the word you use, game changer, that's how it happens. And because Pakistan and China are so close to each other in multiple domains, and I think the economy should lead the way. I'm also glad that you addressed the question of imbalance in trade, and under FTA2, zero tariff items have been increased by 70%, 75%, so that's encouraging, and I do hope that SEZs will soon be taking effect. Can I ask the IT team, if possible, to turn on this screen also so that we don't have to look back and we can, if it is workable. If not, then I'll understand. All right, Dr. Hu, one more question before I let you go. This is the recent announcement in China by your President Xi Jinping, that China has lifted 700 million people out of poverty. You are aware that this is a high priority item within Pakistan with the present leadership, and which has also embarked on a major program under Asas rubric and as well as others. So do you think there could be some best practices that we could learn from Chinese model for poverty alleviation?
As you know that China has made enormous efforts in the past so many years for achieving this final objective of eliminating poverty totally. I think it is a marvelous achievement. But I don't think that China's model can really be followed, how can I say, in some other countries in such a kind of effective way because of the political system a little difference. So when we learn from each other, we would be better to take consideration of the ground realities. And two points. One point is that I think the second phase of CPEC was serving that purpose. That is why I said more industrial parks, more economic zones will create more jobs. Only with more jobs, the people have more income. Then they can improve their lives. That is the way a Chinese doing that, creating as many job opportunities as possible. So I think the second phase was serving this kind of purpose. So be a little more patient. The second point is that although China has eliminated all the people from the poverty line, let be more, how can I say, rational that this is in the poverty line of Chinese standard. If we taking the, how can I say, like the daily $2 income, like the WB, then we still have some way to go. Second is that the elimination in 1 year is one thing. How to maintain those people, how can I say, live without poverty in the future, in the coming years, is still a big challenge. Now the focus is from the elimination of poverty to how to maintain this kind of progress be sustainable. It is more challenging. It's more challenging, especially considering the deglobalization or some kind of disengagement from the U.S.-led camps. So the Chinese Communist Party are facing more challenges in the future. But anyway, I think that the party and the people are quite determined in maintaining this kind of very encouraging progress. And also from that, if you know that we have published the 14th five-year plan, the blueprint. If you're reading that text, you can see that China has closely linkage its own development with the development of the surrounding regions. I can say from linking with its own development and its neighborhood. So let's make joint efforts in the future that join hand in hand to marching toward that same direction. I think we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hu. Please stay tuned in, and we'll come back to you during the Q&A session. There was one question that was on my mind about US-China competition, but I deliberately left it because the next session, Evolving World Order, will be dealing with that. So I thought we should stay practical on Pakistan-China bilateral relationship. I would now turn to the second theme that we have, and Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani will be addressing the points. You all know Ambassador Jilani. He's been the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan. He's been ambassador to the US. He's been ambassador to the European Union, Australia. But most importantly, I think he has dealt with our policy, with our India policy, like nobody else. So he's served in Delhi, and he has been DG South Asia, and as Foreign Secretary, I think his very rich experience. You are aware that India is going through a convulsion, internal convulsion, trying to create a Hindu state, a Hindu Rashtra, and that is at the expense of its avowed principles of secularism and pluralism. We really don't know where the Indian society is headed. We see major disruptions there. And after August 2019, we see another sinister move in the occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So my question, Ambassador Jilani, to you would be, how do you see the India of today, and what do you think about the recent understanding on ceasefire, on LOC? Would it constitute a beginning of the peace process? And would you also club with that, how would you describe flexibility and forward-looking approach to be adopted by the leadership?
Well, thank you so much, Director General Izaz Chaudhry, Honorable Foreign Minister, Mr. Moeed Yusuf. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my perspective on this very important issue, the nature of Pakistan-India relations, Kashmir, and the prospects of peace in the future, particularly following the understanding developed between the Director General's military operations of the two countries on ceasefire, and also an agreement to discuss core issues between the two countries. But let me briefly touch upon the nature of this relationship that we have with India. We're all aware the context, the history of Pakistan-India relations is not a glorious one. The two nuclear neighbors are in a state of perpetual hostility since 1947. Relations between our two countries are marked by mistrust, tensions, wars, conflicts, a history of broken promises, also a tendency on the part of India to go back on the commitments and the agreements that it had with Pakistan in the past. Pakistan and India in the past made several attempts to forge a cooperative, amicable relationship between the two of us, but then because of the domestic, regional and global factors, we could not really make any progress. From Pakistan's perspective, it is certainly the non-resolution of Jammu and Kashmir, Siachen Glacier, non-resolution of Sir Creek, and also the violation of Indus Waters Treaty by India. They are the contributing factors to this tension between our two countries. But then, the two countries, after an extremely bad patch from 1999 till 2003, they initiated a peace process with the beginning of the ceasefire, and it's extremely important to make a reference to that peace process, because any future development that would take place between India and Pakistan, there are certain lessons that we can learn from that peace process. During the peace process, the most important principle that was agreed upon between India and Pakistan was that we will respect each other's comfort level. That is extremely important for the two countries to initiate any peace process. Secondly, the most important principle that was agreed upon between Pakistan and India at that time was that, both the countries will try and create a conducive atmosphere so that the peace process between the two countries could be advanced. We had substantive discussions on Jammu and Kashmir, not only substantive discussions on Jammu and Kashmir, but also we worked very, very closely with the Indian side to raise the comfort level of the Kashmiris as well. We started bus service, Poonch, Rawalakot, Srinagar, Muzaffarabad, truck service between the two divided parts of Kashmir, and also we established meeting points for the divided families to meet on a regular basis. This was important in order to make Kashmiris a stakeholder in the peace process. Not only that they were made a stakeholder, but they were actually involved in the substantive discussion between our two countries. We came close to an agreement on Kashmir, Siachen Glacier and Sir Creek, and significant progress had been made. Volume of trade improved, people-to-people and business-to-business contacts also improved. The current phase, as you rightly pointed out, as rightly pointed out by the Foreign Minister, is beginning with the election of Prime Minister Modi. Probably it is the darkest phase in Pakistan-India relations. I call it darkest because Prime Minister Modi is wedded to RSS ideology, Hindutva ideology, and he is committed to implementing the Hindutva agenda or the BJP agenda, which includes repeal of Article 370 of the Indian Constitution, construction of Ram Temple on the ruins of Babri Mosque, and also introduction of a uniform civil code. And these are certainly carry anti-Muslim bias and anti-Pakistan bias. Now coming to the 25th February joint statement between the Directors General of Military Operations of the two countries and the agreement to address each other's core concerns. In my view, The longevity of this ceasefire will depend on a number of factors. One is the political commitment at the highest level by the Indian side. We'll have to see if the Indian leadership, not only the government, but the opposition parties, they are committed to the peace process. There is a big question mark about the commitment. And then, secondly, it is extremely important that the ceasefire that has been declared between the two countries, which is a verbal understanding, unless it is formalized in a verifiable written agreement between the two countries, one can't really say about the longevity of the ceasefire. It can be violated any time. Respite for the Kashmiris is extremely important. I say it's extremely important because the 5th August 2019 Indian action has created a situation in the Indian occupied Kashmir whereby the Kashmiris are suffering the worst possible human rights violations that anyone can imagine. And they are very well documented by the United Nations as well as all the international organizations. I don't have to elaborate it because of the paucity of time. And then restoration of status quo ante as it existed prior to August 5, 2019 is extremely important to make it into a long-lasting peace process between the two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very important element which will go towards the peace process between the two countries is that both the countries will have to end hostile propaganda against each other, and the media will also have to play a very important role. And lastly, the role by the core constituencies, and this is a very important point. Core constituencies, their support to any peace process is of paramount importance. If any peace process, no matter whether it is initiated at the top leadership level, but unless the core constituencies, which are people who implement the policies of the leadership, unless they are on board, then no peace process will succeed. And lastly, I would mention that adherence to these principles basically helped advance the peace process of 2003-2008. And by following the same principles that I have just elaborated, if these principles are followed by both India and Pakistan, certainly we can make progress. But in case any one of these elements is missing from the peace process, then there will be a serious question mark to the longevity of the agreement that, or the understanding that has been reached on 25th February 2020.
Thank you. Honestly, you called it darkest phase. What we see is that India has continued to perpetuate terrorism inside Pakistan, and on 14th November, dossiers were released to the media. You talked about hostile rhetoric that, of course, has continued, but even the disinformation in its most vicious form for 15 years has continued. So I think enabling environment is extremely important. But let me take you further. What will be the role of outside powers? How crucial will that be? And I would like to remind you here and the audience that yesterday Ambassador Cameron Munter, he said that the US in his assessment will not be able to play any role in India-Pakistan issues, including Jammu and Kashmir. So do you see any role for outside powers, and what kind of role do you see?
Well, certainly role of outside powers, particularly the United States of America and UK, is very, very important, because if we go back to the history of Pakistan-India peace process, these two countries made significant contributions to the promotion of peace process or reducing tension between the two countries. If you look at the events or the Indian behavior of the last 2 decades, it has become more aggressive, it has become more arrogant, and we also see a hardening of India's position on most of the issues. What are the reasons for the hardening of Indian position? In my view, the strategic cooperation that has been built up between India and the United States of America, that has a lot to do with the hardening of India's position because it does not feel under any pressure. So that is why I mentioned that role of the international community, a neutral role, certainly would help diffuse tension between the two countries and would also help advance the peace process. And I know that these two countries were very, very closely involved during the 2003-2008 peace process that we pursued between our two countries.
Thank you very much. I wish I could ask you a few more questions, but I do realize that we just left with half an hour. So therefore I have to move on to the next theme, which is the Afghan peace process in Pakistan. And to discuss that with us is Ms. Laurel Miller. Many of you are familiar, at least I am, how engaged she had remained with the Afghan peace process. But she has a unique advantage of having served as a thought leader, but also as a practitioner, having served both in the White House and in the State Department. The four elements that are agitating every mind with regard to Afghanistan are, of course, whether the US will withdraw its troops by the deadline of 1 May, what happens if it does, what happens if it doesn't. Inter-Afghan talks, how would they succeed? They must succeed. I know that everybody is vested in that and everybody is keeping fingers crossed because at the end of the day, it has to be the Afghans. And the ceasefire, the violence must not continue. And how do we ensure that violence must cease? And finally, how do we make sure that there is a regional consensus to bringing peace in Afghanistan, and that some of the countries which have in the past been using Afghanistan soil like the one has been used against Pakistan is not there. And Foreign Minister in his keynote had also mentioned that Pakistan is quite convinced that there is no military solution. So a political process that has started needs all our backing. Everyone has to come on board. And this is my sense, my personal assessment, that the environment cannot be more conducive because nearly all powers, except one or two, want to see peaceful Afghanistan. So it's a good window of opportunity that must be seized. My question to you is in the context of the new initiative that the US has launched of kind of multilateralizing the effort under the rubric of United Nations, the letter that the Secretary of State has written to President Ghani. So what do you think are the pros and cons of the new US initiative? Ms. Laurel Miller?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you and to be part of this distinguished panel and discussion here. I'll be honest with you. I'm afraid I don't see the current set of circumstances as hopeful and conducive as Ambassador Jilani, you just indicated. And I think that the recent U.S. proposal is both a symptom of what I'm seeing as well as a cause of further precariousness in the environment. I do think that the renewed or emphasis on multilateral diplomacy and bringing together the key regional stakeholders is important to do and can be very useful. Certainly, I don't see any prospect of a sustained and productive peace process without that kind of multilateral involvement. But of course, it's important not only to have a process that brings those countries around the table, but also to have some sound ideas of what it is that they are aiming to coalesce around as an outcome of their interaction. I think that the peace process right now is at a very precarious moment, and that there is a high risk that it will collapse. And the reasons for that are that the realities of what a peace process requires in order to succeed, including the motivations of the parties who most fundamentally have to reach agreement, as well as the time and deliberateness that is required for a peace process to succeed, based on a lot of experience with this around the world, as well as in Afghanistan, is now clashing with the U.S. Taliban deal that was signed a year ago. I think we are seeing the unfortunate results of the way that agreement decoupled the U.S. drawdown timetable and the Afghan peace process. It was clear a year ago when that was signed that there was some risk because of the aggressiveness of the timetable for withdrawal, but I think I and others hoped that the opportunity that was created for opening up an Afghan peace process was worth the risks of the other elements of that agreement. Unfortunately, that opportunity hasn't been yet converted into a peace process that really has some traction to it. One of the core reasons, in my view, why the peace process has come to this very precarious state is that the U.S., the role that the U.S. has played as the main catalyst in the peace process. Obviously, the U.S., like any other government with direct interests in a situation, is driven by its own interests and its own political calculations. But at the same time, it has been trying to play the role of a facilitator or a mediator among the Afghan parties that it's simply not well positioned to play because it has direct interests. And the result of that has been that we saw, looking backwards a bit now, we saw about 8 years of, I would say, tepid American commitment to a peace process, starting around 2010, where it was up and down, and where the U.S. was really, I would say, primarily more committed to the war fighting than it was to the peacemaking, trying to do both simultaneously, but ultimately not prioritizing peace process and reaching a political settlement ahead of the military objectives. And that tension between the two always limited the effectiveness of what the U.S. was trying to do. And then those 8 years were followed by the last couple years of a very rushed approach to the peace process at a time when it was evident to the world that the U.S. really wanted to get out of Afghanistan. Now, I mean, it may sound odd to say rushed given that it was 2 years. However, the timelines and deadlines that were set within the course of those 2 years were always very short-term focused, as opposed to, from the outset of the turn in American commitment to peace process, laying out a deliberate path that anticipated it would take 2 or more years. Another, core factor that we're seeing now, and it's a reason why I don't expect this latest U.S. proposal to really be productive, is that the two Afghan sides have come to the table not because they have really perceived that they've exhausted their military options, but because they have been, on the Afghan government side, pushed to the table by the U.S. and by U.S. threats to withdraw, and on the Taliban side, pulled to the table by U.S. promises to withdraw. And that, unfortunately, puts the U.S. policy decision-making about its own interests and its own troop deployments at the center of the motivations of the Afghan parties, as opposed to putting their own interests in peacemaking at the center of their motivations for being at the negotiating table. you know, in my view, it's not for me to say what Pakistan's interest is in the peace process. You all in Islamabad are much more qualified to speak to that than I am. I would say that looking at it from an outsider's standpoint, trying to evaluate logically what Pakistan's interest would be in a stable Afghanistan, my sense or my analysis is that Pakistan would want to have, if it wants to see stability in Afghanistan, a peace agreement that really endures and that isn't just holding, you know, only long enough for the U.S. and NATO to get out of the country. That, to my mind, means that Pakistan would logically be interested in a peace process that or in a peace agreement rather, that results from a real negotiation among the Afghan parties about their interests, their political visions. And that is something that is quite different than a simply, you know, divvying up power in the way that the latest U.S. Proposal suggests. That is something and I speak specifically of the transitional government idea that the U.S. has put on the table. I think that is analogous to some kinds of arrangements in the past in Afghanistan that have not held, and that history suggests, as well as current circumstances suggest, would not hold, even if the parties agree to it, which I am skeptical they will. So, you know, my thinking here is that Pakistan's interest logically would be in trying to essentially buy more time for a real peace process that leads to a real hashing out of positions on the Afghan sides and has, you know, certainly no guarantee of producing a political settlement, but if it does succeed, has a potential to produce a political settlement that can actually be implemented over a period of time, which is something I don't see for the current U.S. proposal. I'm afraid if that can't be done, if there can't be a way to buy some time for, you know, what I would consider a genuine peace process as opposed to an attempt at a shortcut and a quick fix, then I think the most likely scenario is that we see the U.S. withdraw anyway, the peace process collapse, and the parties then seeking to achieve a military victory. We all like to say there is no military solution to the war in Afghanistan, but there is certainly the potential for continued and protracted efforts by the parties themselves to try to achieve a military solution in Afghanistan. That is by no means unfathomable. It would have terrible consequences for the Afghan people, but that is something that I could see happen. I'll stop there.
I think that's the nightmare in Pakistan too, because if peace talks collapse, U.S. withdraws anyway, civil war comes, we will bear the brunt of it. So therefore, I think Pakistan, the leadership of Pakistan has been really working overtime to push Taliban to the table, and it is my sense that the Taliban are far more flexible now than they were in the past. And the government of Pakistan has also reached out to all other factions of Afghanistan, because in our institute we have hosted many of them, and I did see many of them making actual proposals for power sharing. So I would say that that if this process really collapses, it will be a pity. And my second worry in Pakistan, and let me tell you, is that if the situation in Afghanistan deteriorates, there would be a tendency in the United States to blame Pakistan that we failed in Afghanistan because of Pakistan, whereas that's not what we want. And therefore, no country has more stakes in seeing Afghanistan peaceful now than Pakistan. So we really are sort of stuck in how do we make sure that we all succeed in Afghanistan. At the end of the day, it is the Afghans who will make it happen. So when you look at minutely at the intra-Afghan talks, do you see that realization in the Afghan factions that they must make it happen this time?
At a very general level, yes. I mean, everyone agrees, I think, that peace is desirable. But the question is, peace on what basis? The parties are fighting for power. Therefore, I fully agree, Ambassador, that power sharing has to be the solution here, because neither side will agree to the other exercising unilateral power, and therefore that will always be contested if one side or another presumes to exercise power in a monopolistic way. But the question is, power sharing on what basis? What kind of a state system, what kind of a structure of power can the parties agree to share in? And I think at the moment, there's not clarity on what the Taliban's vision is of what that future state that they could imagine sharing power in would look like. I don't think there is really consensus on that, even on the Republic side. I think there are some political visions. I mean, certainly President Ghani and his circle have a political vision. How committed some of the other factions on the Republic side are to that, I think, is less clear. But this is why I say that there is a need for much more dialogue and negotiation among the Afghans if they're going to work out a way to sufficiently agree upon a kind of Afghan state that they can all live with, even if it's not their first choice. And that I don't think they're on the verge of. That is why I'm concerned about the U.S. proposal for early power sharing, before they've had this negotiation, before they have developed even approximate consensus on a shared political vision that they can all, tolerate, if not be absolutely enamored of. And that's what is troubling to me. I think if you try to, put the cart before the horse, so to speak, and begin simply sharing power in a very, just a sort of dividing up the pie of positions kind of way, before you've negotiated on what the future Afghan state looks like, I think that's an arrangement that would have a very high probability of collapse. Now, the latest U.S. version of this peace agreement draft, which I take it they're not formally acknowledging they put out, but the entire world knows that they have, is, I think, tries to address this gap that I'm identifying somewhat, because compared to earlier leaked versions that circulated a few months ago, it has some additional provisions. In particular, it has a section that lays out principles on which a future Afghanistan, that would guide the shape and form of a future Afghan state. I suspect that portion of this latest leaked draft was intended to accommodate both sides' desire to, frankly, the objections of people both in the Afghan government and on the Taliban side, that they're not prepared to share power in a very, formalistic technical sense until they know what the future power arrangements will look like. And this set of principles that's now included in the latest U.S. draft, I suspect, is meant to address that. Unfortunately, what it also shows is that the parties are still very far apart on what principles they would agree to, because the way that is laid out now has some elements that I would think would be quite appealing to the Afghan government side, but would be nothing that the Taliban would be prepared to accept at this early stage. If there were to be a more deliberate and a more deliberate peace process that was given sufficient time to really succeed, then I think a valuable first step in that process could be something like trying to negotiate a set of principles like that piece of the U.S. draft proposal, and that would, I think, take quite some time because those are core contentious points among the two sides. But to try to agree on those principles and a transitional government, or just a transitional government, without agreement on what is the foundation of the state, I think that it overloads the circuits and would lead to failure.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Ms. Miller. Let me turn to the fourth and final speaker today, Dr. Akbar S. Ahmed. As you all perhaps are aware, he had an illustrious career in the civil services of Pakistan, and thereafter he turned academic, and there too he has achieved great heights. Currently he is the Ibn Khaldun Chair at the American University, but before that also he has many laurels to his account. Dr. Akbar S. Ahmed and Laurel Medad, thank you, both of you, for it's early morning there in United States, but you are available to us for sharing your thoughts. On the bridge building in the Muslim world, we have 2 billion Muslims, 24% of Muslim population, a lot of schisms, a lot of splits, and religious and sectarian branding within and outside the Muslim world. So, Dr. Akbar S. Ahmed, may I ask you that can the Muslim world ever reconcile different practices and approaches to theology being adopted by different groups and Muslim countries, and more importantly, can Pakistan be a bridge builder, and what is the best way to project Pakistan's role as a bridge builder in the Muslim world, in your opinion, sir?
Thank you so much, Ambassador Azaz, for the kind introduction and for this question. I really believe that the link between bridge building and security issues or comprehensive security issues, this link is not explored enough or sufficiently by the think tanks, and I'm delighted that you are giving it focus. So I would like to say how honored I am to be part of this conference, so to acknowledge the Foreign Minister, Dr. Moeed Yusuf, and the distinguished guests. So I believe, Ambassador Azaz, that Pakistan is rich in talent and history and culture, and yet paradoxically it is now projected abroad as by hostile and powerful forces as dystopian and dysfunctional. Now this negative image affects the reputation of Pakistan and its next generation. Now this includes the Muslim world, it also includes the West. I live in the United States and I have children and grandchildren. So this image affects me and affects their lives in the future, and it concerns me. As you know, there have been waves of anti-Asian assaults sweeping the United States. Yesterday, eight people were shot in Atlanta. And we have to, as Pakistanis, planning some strategy for the future, and we constantly rely on the US and the UK to come to the aid of India, Pakistan in terms of resolving issues. We have to look at the recent election results and understand that some 60 very top Indian individuals have been given key appointments. And this indicates a future challenge for Pakistan. Now you asked about bridge building. I believe there's an urgent need for bridge building which will affect security issues. But fortunately, Pakistan has the means. I want to point to 3 of these means. The first one for bridge building is the figure, the life, and the personality of Mr. Jinnah Quaid-e-Azam. I believe his integrity, his brilliance, his rejection of corruption and nepotism are key in projecting Pakistan, in projecting the best example of the best of Pakistan. He is the prince to the Shakespearean notion of Hamlet, the play Hamlet. And to appreciate Pakistan, we need to tell his story loudly and clearly. Believe me, Ambassador Azaz, every year in class when I have new students coming to take my classes, I have some very popular classes on campus. I do a kind of survey, a general survey for myself, and I ask these students, American students, how many of them have heard of Mr. Gandhi? And almost every child puts up his hand or her hand. And then I ask the follow-up question, how many have heard of Mr. Jinnah, the Qaid-e-Azam? And I'm sorry to say, very few people have. So we have a lot of work to be done because this is a great asset. Number two, the second big asset that Pakistan has, which it is not using, is underused, I believe, are the great mystics, the great Sufis, the saints, the poets of Pakistan, such as Bulleh Shah, Bid Shah, Rahman Baba, Waris Shah. These are incredible. These can be equated to Shakespeare and Keats and Shelley and Wordsworth. Why aren't these being projected abroad? We want people in the West and in the East and the Muslim world to share the wisdom and the knowledge of these great Muslim thinkers and philosophers. And plus, the fact that Pakistan is the home to some of the world's greatest religions. Taxila and Peshawar have been great universities for Buddhism. These are very important centers for Buddhism. And again, if they're developed, you will have a lot of Buddhists coming here and creating a rapport with Pakistan. Like the brilliant move for Kartarpur, where you suddenly honored the Sikhs and honored them by saying, this is also a land that we share with you and we welcome you. Similarly with the Christian community, the fact that the Christians have contributed to education. I myself am a former knight, former Christian college. So we need to recognize this and project this abroad that we have Christians here living here, contributing here, because I'm afraid in the media, we constantly see Pakistan as being projected as violent and fanatic and not in any sense a civilized, inclusive society. This challenges the world that you and I know, and that means something needs to be done in terms of our strategy to project Pakistan and build bridges abroad. Finally, we need to invite people to join us in our festivals, in our events, and in our way of life. Because individuals coming, I've taken American students to Pakistan, and they love Pakistan. They've come back and said they're the most hospitable people, the most charming people. So I asked them, and why is the image of Pakistan so negative? That is a question that we have to answer as Pakistanis, and especially at the think tank at this level. Thank you so much, Ambassador Azaz.
Thank you, Professor. We are at about 6:30, and I'm told that the NST has allowed us to continue for another 15 minutes, and very kind of them because the subjects are frankly huge. We've had this round of very interesting comments. I wonder if the Honorable Foreign Minister would like to reflect on one, two, or any of the thoughts that have been expressed. Sir.
Thank you, Raz. I'd like to begin by thanking you, Mueed, for organizing this dialogue. I think there was a need for it. We've been discussing policy in closed circles and closed rooms. In my view, the time has come that we should have an open debate on where we stand and where we need to go. Pakistan today has nothing to be ashamed of. We are trying to do the right thing. It's a different Pakistan. We have a new approach, and that approach must be shared with the world. I heard Laura Miller, and she rightly pointed out that the Afghan situation is a complex one. It's a difficult one. But the world is finally recognizing that Pakistan is playing the right role. We were being questioned. Our sincerity was being questioned. You know, we were being accused of double speaking. No longer. Today, they know we have our limitations, and the world should recognize that we have limitations, but we have the will, the desire to move on. We have been advocating for years that there is no military solution If there was one, why couldn't you find one? You had the technology, you had the money, you had the world most sophisticated weaponry used in Afghanistan with no result. Even today, there are many, there's a huge tract that is still controlled by Taliban, but at the same time, Pakistan has been talking to the political committee of Taliban and telling them that they have to wake up and they cannot remain pariahs and they have to be engaged, because Afghanistan in the last 2 decades has changed considerably. So accept that reality. Pakistan's approach today, in my view, is very realistic, honest and realistic. And I think the world ought to recognize that. My second point is, as I said, Pakistan has changed and is changing because when we sit back and we reflect, we've got to accept that we did make mistakes. Unless we acknowledge and realize, how can we bring in the corrective course? That's important. India has changed. India has changed, in my view. Hopefully Pakistan is changing for the better. But in my view, allow me to say that India is not changing for the better. The pendulum has swung to the extreme right. The measures taken by India on the 5th of August 2019 have been rejected by Kashmiris across the board. People who were engaging with them, people who were going in coalition governments with them, are no longer comfortable with the measures of 5th of August. Now that's a reality that the BJP government cannot ignore. There are many voices within India that are uncomfortable because when they see the shift from the secular to the Hindutva, the pendulum moving from a secular India to the Hindutva RSS philosophy, there are many in India who are uncomfortable. Minorities are, not just Muslims, other minorities are uncomfortable. So that's a new reality. Can India live with what they have done on the 5th of August? In my view, they cannot. They have suppressed, they have, the clap is on, but it's simmering. The sentiment hasn't changed. In fact, they have alienated the Kashmiris further. This is unsustainable, and they should realize that. Pakistan offered, our government, when we came in, we offered peace. We stretched our hand and said, let's sit and talk. They shied away. And today, the world is realizing that the narrative of Pakistan-sponsored activity in India is not holding ground. The indigenous reality and the feelings of the people cannot be suppressed anymore. If they are so comfortable about it, why don't they open up? Why don't they let observers in? We are willing to allow observers into Pakistan. They can be critical. We can take that criticism, and we should take that criticism. Why is India hesitant? Because they know the reality is different. In this environment, I think a debate and a discussion is important within Pakistan, because Pakistan and the people of Pakistan ought to realize that there are serious challenges that Pakistan is facing. There are new realignments that are taking place. There is a policy of containment that we cannot ignore. Our economic compulsions and challenges have to be recognized. And can we live in this state of tension forever? And should we? All this has to be accounted for. So as a nation, we have to stand up without compromising on our core interests. We speak up, and speak up with conviction and confidence. And I think this dialogue will set the ball rolling. Mohit, you know that you had my support and the Foreign Office's support behind this, because we are not shy of debate and we are not shy of criticism. We can always learn and correct ourselves. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. Just 10 more minutes we have, and I'd like to take some questions if you allow. We have received some online questions. Some of them actually pertain to the next session. I will not use that. I'll take this one question and then we'll take the questions from the audience. This question is addressed to Dr. Akbar as Ahmed. What should Muslim world do to create a narrative to overcome the growing Islamophobia? Dr. Akbar?
Ambassador, you know, I've been involved with this question for decades. And one paradox that I see is what you mentioned, the enormous population of the Muslim world, almost 2 billion, so many nations that are Muslim. And yet, their powerlessness. Again and again, we've heard of what's happening to the Muslims in India, Muslims in Kashmir, and it is almost unbelievable. I think that's come through in the speeches that we've heard. Lynchings, killings, stabbings. It's a society that seems to be out of control, and unless Indian leaders pull back from the brink, they will have a problem, and they'll, in this momentum, will involve all of us. So what can we do in the Muslim world? I believe, again, I go back to my 3 points. The Muslim world needs to understand that Pakistan represents something. Pakistan is not simply any old country. Pakistan represents a vision, and that is why I constantly go back to Mr. Jinnah and the Qaeda-e-Azam. Because without understanding that vision, we lose the base of Pakistan. When Pakistanis are able to project that, I've seen this myself in the Middle East, in Central Asia, where I've talked to Muslims. They have had information about Qaeda-e-Azam. I've seen that in Morocco, in Central Asia, how much respect there is for Mr. Jinnah and for Lama Akbar. So, number one, we need to project that this is the land that was created out of the vision of these great Muslim activists and thinkers. That's not done sufficiently. Number two, we have to project Pakistan as a land of Islam, of Muslims, but of peaceful Muslims, who also live side by side with Hindus, with Sikhs, with Christians. People are all welcome according to Qaeda-e-Azam's vision and the vision of Islam. I think this is very important to project because very many Muslim countries are themselves going through this crisis of identity. Are they Arab countries? Are they Muslim countries? Are they Middle East countries? And this will help them resolve their own dilemmas. And finally, I believe Pakistan can play a pivotal role in the relationship between the US and China because it has very close relations with China. There's a very strong brotherly bond. In fact, there's a kind of almost, I would say, historic atavistic bond. As we know, some great Chinese scholars came to this subcontinent, what was Pakistan, to visit Fa Heng, Wen Sang, famous names like that. Dr. Hu may recognize them. But also, Pakistan has had close links with the US and the West. And I think that's our strength. We should not abandon that. I think we should reinforce that. All the great links we've had and we've continued to have with the USA and the UK in terms of culture, in terms of sports, in terms of political links. I always remember, and it's well worth for those who haven't seen this, to look up the reception that President Ayub Khan got from President Kennedy at Mount Vernon, and listen to the words he said, what he said about Pakistan, what he called Pakistan. He equated the visit of Ayub Khan, people like Ayub Khan, to the founding fathers of the United States. and he continued to use the word great with Pakistan. So there was a vision of Pakistan which was acknowledged and accepted. Just think, President of Pakistan arriving in the USA and being received at the base, Andrews base, by the President of the United States and his wife. So there was huge respect. Now today we are in a position, as I pointed out, that the media is not very kind. I don't think, as the foreign minister who himself is not only a great statesman but an intellectual, he's pointed out that we need to really recognize our own strengths, but also our own weaknesses, so that we strengthen those weaknesses. And one of the weaknesses is the fact that the image remains tarnished, and we need to strengthen that.
I think you make very important points, that to counter Islamophobia, the Muslim societies have to also look inwards, bring out the positives in them, and also build up linkages with the outside world in the issues and in the domains that matter to them. I would like to open the floor and Raza Khan.
Special Correspondent, PTV World. Honorable Foreign Minister, first of all, kudos for our eloquent talk. And it seems that we have lost 5 crucial years of our foreign policy because we did not have a full-time foreign minister in the last tenure of the government. My point is this, sir. On one hand, we have our National Security Advisor, Dr. Moeed, whose whole initiative, Islamabad Security Dialogue's basic premise was peace. Whereas we have a National Security Advisor in India, Ajit Doval, who is actually promoting the destruction of Pakistan, whose intelligence agency RAW is not only destabilizing Gilgit-Baltistan, but also sponsoring attacks in erstwhile Fatah and Baluchistan. So this so-called desire for peace suddenly by the DAGMO talk, and Ambassador Jalil also talked about that. Aren't we being too optimistic that this will lead to peace? Perhaps we need to keep our guard up. I would like your opinion on that. And secondly, America has refused Turkey to provide us with the gunships, and just because American engines were used. And isn't this going to further put us in the Chinese corner, and the Chinese Z-10 helicopters are the only option left for us? And then West should not blame us for being in the China's camp if it keeps on doing these sort of attempts.
That was more of a comment than a question, but many of the things that you've said are realistic. Pakistan has to recognize the new realities. And Pakistan, as I said, should not be shy and should not be sort of inward looking. We have to engage with the world. We cannot disconnect. At the same time, we cannot compromise on principled positions. We have a position, we have historic positions, and there are certain realities. There are certain international commitments that India can ignore, but they can't run away from them. So we have to see how do we move forward in these new changed circumstances. One thing that I see very positive today is that the civil and the military leadership is connecting very well. They are engaging, they are discussing, they're not imposing their point of view, they're evolving their point of view, keeping the new realities in view. Obviously, Pakistan's interest is supreme, and that comes first. But we have to measure that in the new global context, and we are trying to do that. We are not unaware of the destabilization that has taken place, the state sponsorship of terrorism. On the 14th of November, myself, I had a presser in which I gave irrefutable evidence on what the Indians were doing in Baluchistan and in the erstwhile Fatah. That is there. At the same time, we also need to understand global expectations of Pakistan. and internal challenges of Pakistan. So these are different ends. How do we meander through these realities is what statecraft is all about. I hope we can successfully steer through.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mohit Yusuf, would you like to
I
supplement?
just need to add 2 lines because this was, I thought you were giving me a compliment, but it turned out to be not so. The first thing is, I want to be clear, the conference is about comprehensive security and expanding the conversation of security, not about peace or conflict. That's for the speakers and others to debate. The second more important point is, I just want to be clear that just because people have talked about a larger frame of security and peace does not mean that Pakistan has lowered its guard anywhere. Nothing has changed on the ground. No policy has changed. We are having an internal conversation as a country, as a state, as a nation, whether things like human security and economic security belong to the larger conversation of security. But I don't want anybody to take the wrong meaning of the 2 days that somehow Pakistan has lowered its guard. If anything, we are more vigilant, and the November 14th dossier is probably the first time such irrefutable evidence was put in front of the world. So I just wanted to be clear on this. Thanks.
Thank you. I do see a number of hands, but my session's time is up. What I would propose now is, of course, apart from me, to thank all the panelists, and kindly stay online because there will be a good photograph for this and we would like you to be part of it. And after that, we'll take a 15 minutes break and come back for the final session on evolving world order in Pakistan, exact at 7 p.m. So it will be a short tea break after that. Please stay seated until we have the good photograph. Sir?
Copy.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The global climate should be a priority for our leaders because we do not have a contingency plan in the form of Planet B. There will not be any time for pushing individual agendas or fueling regional spates when there isn't a habitable planet left for us to live in.
Citizens deserve better than the half-truth, and that is what we at Islamabad Policy Research Institute believe in. Objective, complete, and bona fide research, which is in the best interest of our country as well.
We sit at the cusp of a new era, and DIPRI is providing a significant outlook on what that era could look like.
I conceived the idea of a think tank in Islamabad, the Islamabad Policy Research Institute, IPRI, which should be a rapid response mechanism in the changing context of the battle of ideas to promote Pakistan's narrative, to respond to the propaganda against Pakistan, and to protect and preserve Pakistan's image and interests in an effective intellectual manner.
Can I please request all the guests outside? This is the final announcement. Please make your way inside. We're about to begin the session. जितने guests हज़रात बाहर हैं, please अंदर आ जाएं. हम लोग session शुरू करने वाले हैं. Thank you.
Kargil war with India.
Pakistan's geostrategic importance makes it a country of great interest, not only within the South Asian region but world over.
The primary focus of research at IPRI is national security, but our researchers have ventured into human security as well.
Islamabad Policy Research Institutes, networking with think tanks and universities across various regions, gives us a unique understanding of how this can be done.
One of the most significant aspects of IPRI is that it welcomes and even encourages of new ideas and concepts that strengthen our understanding of the world. A case in point is the aspect of research that I deal with, the interaction of technology with civilian and military affairs. This segment of our research is dedicated towards providing an extensive understanding of modern technologies and the future impact that they may have.
For us, globalization and contraflow of ideas, especially in the area of technology, means approaching issues like poverty alleviation, economic growth and security. Intersection of cross-domain technologies in space and artificial intelligence brings both opportunities and challenges for today's security and economic landscape.
Session 5 of the Islamabad Security Dialogue. The dialogue is being live streamed and the audience in the hall is of the think tank officials and the organizers and the speakers. The Session 5 of Islamabad Security Dialogue is on the evolving world order in Pakistan. The session convener is Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua. Brigadier Rashid Wali is Acting President, Islamabad Policy Research Institute. Brigadier Rashid is a graduate of Military College Engineering, Command and Staff College Quetta, National Defence University Islamabad, and Royal Military College Kingston, Canada. At present, he is a PhD scholar at National University of Science and Technology, NUST. Brigadier Rashid Wali has a diversified civil engineering project management experience and has served in various command assignments, including Pakistan Military Academy and Command and Staff College, Quetta. He has held the command assignments at Infantry Brigade, Headquarter Corps Engineers, Military Training Directorate, and Director Works and Chief Engineer, Pakistan Navy. Brigadier Rashid Wali has also served as Director Planning and Development of 4G Group of Companies. I now request Brigadier Rashid Wali to start with the session proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Special Assistant to Prime Minister on National Security and Strategic Planning, Mr. Moeed Yusuf, distinguished panelists and participants, Assalamu alaikum. It is my proud privilege to welcome all you on this plenary session of Islamabad Security Dialogue. On behalf of Islamabad Policy Research Institute, we all extend a very warm welcome to all members of academia and media who were there and throughout the session who made this entire dialogue a great success. Now, this institute was founded in 1999. It was a brainchild of Mr. Mushahid Hussain, who was the information minister there, and his idea was for the fructification of thought process in a very challenging environment post 1999. This institute took a different orientation, and it was placed under Chief Executive's Secretariat. Now, the institute, after its recent affiliation with National Security Division, has undergone a series of reforms aimed at tailoring its research products to the needs of policy-making hubs and enhancing the global outreach as a modern think tank. With Dr. Moeed Yusuf as our ex-officio patron, we have greater penetration and greater traction with the policy-making hubs in the respective ministries. The research areas being focused upon are the strategic studies, public policy and governance, international relations, and lawfare and economy. The topic chosen for the plenary session is the evolving world order and Pakistan. Nothing exemplifies the current global environment better than the Chinese saying that may you live in interesting times. We all therefore are living in an era where the new global alliances are being forged with the prospects of peace and war both palpably evident. New security and economic alliances like Indo-Pacific, Quad, and RCEP portend a Hobbesian world, whereas each protagonist in the conflict equation hankers for Kantian beneficence. Now, an inclusive and stable world order is the desire of countries like Pakistan, which have to anchor their national narratives and interests in a maelstrom of instability and the shifting global alliances. How West Pakistan can do so is the subject of our discourse today, which our worthy panelists are best suited to enlighten us about. On IPRI's panel today, we have three distinguished panelists, along with the moderator, Dr. Huma Bukai, a well-known scholar with a teaching and research experience spanning over 25 years. She has worked with national and international media since 1999 as an international relations and political analysis expert. Our first panelist, Mr. Ali Jahangir Siddiqui, is a former Special Assistant to Prime Minister and Minister of State and Ambassador of Pakistan to the United States. He also founded and chaired the board of JS Bank and JS Private Equity Management. He will speak on emerging world order. Our second panelist, Mr. Mushahid Hussain Syed, is a former information minister and a seasoned parliamentarian who is currently heading Senate's Defense Committee. He has been an eminent journalist and has authored 3 books. He is also credited with founding IPRI 1999, which is a testament to his prescience about the need and efficacy of think tanks in Pakistan. He will be speaking on key opportunities and challenges for Pakistan. Our third speaker, Ms. Hana Rabbani Khair, is a former foreign minister. She has also been a Minister of State for Finance and Economic Affairs and was the first woman minister to present national budget. She will be speaking on key challenges to look out for Pakistan in future. I now request the distinguished panelist and the moderator to please step onto the podium and begin the proceedings.
Assalamu alaikum ji, good evening. And when I saw the timings of this session and the way the day progressed, I thought I would only be speaking to the chairs and people online. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you, even in the upper arena, for staying back. And I hope the session is interesting enough for you for your very time. I've been asked to talk about the evolving world order and the role of Pakistan. But a term that has overtaken the world order is now the world disorder, and the whole debate about whether the global order is in a state of transition. And if it is in a state of transition, what is the role for countries like Pakistan? The 2-day deliberations have been extremely intense. We've had participants from all over the world practically. We've heard some very interesting policy statements. And I was in a discussion with 2 very distinguished women this afternoon, and while we were talking about all that had happened, the thought that came to us was that for 2 days, all we've talked about is what ought to be done. And then I thought that it's not what ought to be done, we should be talking about what can be done. Pakistan's foreign policy was known for its constraints and compulsions, and did well despite that. Have we moved on to a situation where we have options and choices? And what are those options and choices? And are they real? Do we really have them? And of course, in everything that we heard, there was this underlying theme of the rivalry between China and the United States. And this China-United States rivalry has what I say, the 4 C's, whether it's competition, it's cooperation, or it's confrontation. And then we come to the 4th more dangerous C, which is containment. So let's see how things shape up. There's also the whole concept of the new Cold War. And they say that the new Cold War will be fought on the sea lanes, and will be very different from the one that we've lived through, because there are no ideological differences. And that perhaps brings me to this very interesting concept that we've been hearing for 2 days of a paradigm shift from a geopolitical state to a geoeconomic state for Pakistan, or for the world for that matter, because BRI is also about geoeconomics. And I wonder if the world that we live in is essentially a crisscross of geoeconomics and geopolitics. The lines have blurred. There cannot be this compartmentalization that we talk about. And the last thing that perhaps I want to say here, and I have a very distinguished panel, and I'm sure they'll have some very interesting things to say, is 21st century regionalism. Is the regionalism of the 19th and 20th century a thing of the past? It's not about intra-regional paradigms. It's about inter-regional collaborations. And is that what 21st regionalism is all about? And here is where, ladies and gentlemen, I see a very distinguished role for Pakistan. Pakistan has been called a pivot state several times. In fact, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah was perhaps the first one who many years ago had the vision to say that. But a new term that has been coined for Pakistan today is Pakistan a zipper state? And this term has interestingly come out from the deliberations that are happening in Moscow about Pakistan. And those are the new nexuses and the new alliances the foreign minister also referred to. Yes, we are probably in a strategic convergence with Beijing, and we have an important relationship with the United States. But what is happening between Beijing and Moscow, and how will that perhaps impact the role of Pakistan in the evolving transition order or disorder that we're talking about? So with all of that, I'm now going to request Madam Hirna Rabbani Khar to share her views with us, and thank you so much for joining us online, Madam. Over to you.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be on this, what is clearly turning out to be a prestigious dialogue in terms of ideas that have already come through. Okay, so I think obviously to close with a session which is on evolving world order in Pakistan, and specifically I've been asked to talk about the key challenges that face Pakistan in the evolving world order. I think it is clear, first of all, that the world around us is not only changing, but it has already changed. It is also clear that the world order that was there post World War II has neither evolved nor changed with the changing world dynamics and the changing world realities. And therefore, a lot of us are looking at it as disorder and as a bit chaotic. But do not forget, every time emergence of a new, superpower-ish state and has happened in the past also, we've had similar challenges on recreating the new realities or recreating a world order according to the new realities. Now, I thought before going into what are the key challenges for Pakistan, it might be useful to really, because as a foreign minister, as a former foreign minister of Pakistan, I used to always struggle with the question as to what is or what are the objectives of foreign policy of any country. Is it some grand ideals, some idealism, or is it even some sort of a, propagating some ideas or ideology, or is it to serve the country? And when we say serve the country, do we mean the rivers and the seven highest mountains of the world, or do we mean the people? So to me, immense clarity is required in what ought to be, first of all, the objective of a foreign policy in any country, including that of Pakistan. And the objective has to be to serve. So what you do outside must benefit people inside. If your foreign policy is not able to achieve it, then you're not doing what you ought to be doing. Now, I was, this is obviously, to open with like 3 to 5 minutes. I thought I'd just break it down in 5 or 6 key challenges that Pakistan faces in this evolving world order. Now, challenge number 1, to me, is perhaps the most important, which is that Pakistan has to understand that how it performs within its geographical boundaries will determine the course or the weight that it has outside of its geographical boundaries. So if we are a country which is considered to be an economic asset and a strategic asset to others, then our ability to engineer a change or have a role, a positive one only, will obviously be far, far, far more. So what we do within the boundaries will have an impact, and we have to know already. We already do know that today, in today's world, if you have economic might, if you are of economic relevance, your political other relevance comes with it. If you're economically relevant, and if you're a country which is going to be, on somebody support your ideas ought to be. So the key challenge number 1 is that economically, first of all, have to ourselves. The key challenge number 2 is to, first of all, understand and accept the changing regional and global dynamics. There have been tectonic shifts in the region in terms of alignments. Now, we cannot be married to ideals and ideas of pre-1990s as to where those alignments were. The alignments have changed. We have to accept the fact that the alignments have changed, that the world has changed, that the region has changed, and therefore engineer a foreign policy according to those changing realities. Now, we cannot wish them away. A lot of people, I feel, want to wish those changes away and feel that by talking or speaking or trying to articulate what we want of the world, we can get it. I think that's a useless exercise. It's not what we want of the world, it is also what the world may want to give to us. And that obviously, as I said before, is quite a bit impinging upon how we govern ourselves within. Key challenge number 2 is to be able to understand that we cannot compromise or undermine Pakistan's natural strategic alignment with China, because we do know that much of the changing world order also has to do with the containment of China policy. As I said before, as China is emerging as an economic and perhaps certainly a political power, there is less of the world, especially the US and the EU, in terms of engagement with China and more on containment. And within that, Pakistan obviously falls on the wrong side of the rest of the world. So it's extremely important that we do not compromise what is a natural strategic alignment with China because of what is happening in the rest of the world. However, we have to also ensure that we should remain positively engaged with the US during the whole process, and to ensure that we are able to tell our friends that Pakistan should not be made to choose. And Pakistan holds no ill will against any other country. So sometimes one feels that there is an understanding that in order to be close to the rest of the world, you have to compromise on your strategic alignment with China. So I consider that to be a key challenge. Key challenge number 4 is an important one. It is important because I think it has a wrong historical reality in Pakistan, which is that please, we need to keep clear of the designs of our friends or what we consider to be strategic allies, because many times the definition of strategic allies goes anywhere from China all the way down to 30 other countries. So we do not want to be a part of any other country's objectives as to what they want to do. And for that, I feel, I, for instance, can give you a good example. I remember when Secretary of State of the United States, Secretary Clinton, came to Pakistan in the Foreign Office of Pakistan and said that Pakistan must choose when the Saudi diplomat was attacked allegedly by Iranians, and Pakistan must voice its commitment to the US and against Iran. And we told them, Madam Secretary, you also have to understand, if you are truly a friend of Pakistan, Pakistan must not be made to choose between any of these countries. And they completely understood. So if you're able to voice where you stand and that you're not going to be part of anybody else's designs or interests within the region and the regional game playing, because a major challenge for Pakistan is not to be part of any game playing that is going on for other countries and other alliances' interests. Key challenge number 5 is our engagement within the region. And I understand with whatever has happened with India, it remains less of an achievable objective. With China, of course, we already have great relations. Iran, we have decent relations. But where is the great opportunity? It's in Afghanistan. And as we go further and further into the peace process, as we recognize by the world as a positive, to have a positive role in this, it's extremely important not to lose focus on the bilateral relations with everyone in Afghanistan, not just one entity or the other, but anyone and everyone in Afghanistan. That should remain a major focus, because that will determine how Pakistan is viewed within the region. Our key challenge number 6 is we must not and cannot base Pakistan's engagement in the region and shape the narrative within Pakistan on fear. I cannot emphasize this enough, because it's important. As Foreign Minister, I used to always say that Pakistan's foreign policy should never be reactive but proactive. It is you who chooses what you want to set out to achieve, and then go ahead and achieve it. You do not remain in this constant reaction to what others are doing against you, and then what you do against them. And the narrative shaping within Pakistan and outside of Pakistan against the enemies, some known, some unknown, doesn't really do much good in terms of, having a a positive-oriented, engagement-oriented foreign policy goals and objectives for Pakistan as a country. So these, I thought, were the 6 main challenges. I feel what is exceptionally important in all of this is that the focus of the US is clearly changing. It is moving away. It has already moved away from this region into the Indo-Pacific, into the Pacific, into East Asia mostly. And Pakistan needs to understand that we will no more be able to look towards others to come and solve many of our problems. So it's exceptionally important that we are able to focus inwardly and to be able to engage with the world in our own terms, but not based on fear, both within and without.
So much. Just one subsequent question. What I sort of gathered from what you just said, very interestingly, and because you sort of identified 6 challenges, the word that comes to my mind from what you've just said is perhaps the key word for our foreign policy is balance. But you concluded by saying that the focus has changed for United States especially. So can we infer from that, and would you want to just in probably 3 lines elaborate further on it, that is becoming a part of camp politics now a compulsion for Pakistan, or it's still a choice? Can we retain balance if we are not being cultivated the way we used to be?
No, absolutely. You see, since the US's interests, because interests are never permanent. Interests change with changing dynamics, right? Now, if the US interest in the region has changed, Pakistan's interests remain the same, right? And I think we are well within our means to be able to tell the rest of the world, including the US, and have a very, very open discussion with them, that we do have a natural strategic alignment with China, which is not based on the fear of the other. The US, I can argue, US's alignment with India is based on the fear of the other, the fear of China, containment of China. Pakistan's engagement with China is not based on the fear of the other, it is a natural alignment. Now, does that preclude us from being on the right side of the US? Absolutely not. In fact, Pakistan has historically played a very big role in bringing these countries together. And today the world actually requires a similar approach, that instead of taking people out and in of your camp, you widen the camp. And the world becomes a big, large camp where everybody pursues common interests. Trade, climate change, nuclear issues. So I think we can be a force of good if we are clear not to fall prey to others' designs and to stay away from them.
I'm going to now give the floor to Senator Mushahid Hussain Syed, just with one small query. You see, both India and Pakistan seem to have what we call the look east policy. Our look east is diagonally opposite to the Indian look east. And how does this play out in the evolving global order? With that, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind, Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all our distinguished guests. And Hina Sahaba, it's a pleasure to see you virtually. And Jangi Sahab Api. And Brigadier Sahab, thank you for your introduction. First of all, I'd like to compliment my old friend Mohid Yusuf for taking a very good out-of-the-box initiative. Because the world today is all about a battle of ideas. Our narratives, our presentations, our perspectives, how we present that. And I think that it's about time that Pakistan has a good case, and if it's presented with facts, logic, and wisdom by people who can articulate that in different spheres within the country and outside, I think it'll do the country a lot of good. And I'm very happy to see a very distinguished gathering of eminent ambassadors and other public intellectuals, and especially Huma Sahaba, aap bhi jo aayi hain Karachi se. When we talk of the challenges, I think that when we are speaking at this conference, we are seeing 3 major historical transformations globally and regionally. And I think that's extremely important, which will impinge on Pakistan directly or indirectly. We see this inexorable shift in the global balance of economic and political power from the west to the east. And there's talk of this Asian century, and now various think tanks are projecting that China will catch up with the US as the world's biggest economy before the end of this decade. And the British think tank Center for Economy and Business Research had said in December that China will grow at 5.7% per annum, and America will grow at 1.9% per annum for the next 5-6 years. This was their projection. So obviously, Asia Pacific will no longer be an American lake, so there is competition and there is this concern, talk of containment. So that is a huge transformation that the US will no longer be the sole superpower in our lifetime. The second one is in our region, where Pakistan is located, and you mentioned the Qaid. His interview with Life magazine in January 1948 with an American journalist, a lady called Margaret Bork White, when he mentioned that Pakistan is the pivot of the world placed on the frontier on which the future geopolitics of the world will revolve. And that was in January 1948. And Pakistan always has had a sense of destiny. Even when Prime Minister Liaquat Ali Khan went to the United States on his famous visit of 3 weeks, along with Begum Rana Liaquat Ali Khan in 1950, there was a compendium of his speeches which was edited and with a foreword by the top American journalist of the time, Walter Lippmann. And the title was Pakistan, the Heart of Asia. So the vision was, and we have Heart of Asia conferences today. So this was Liaquat Ali Khan Saab's visit. And you've seen the famous article of Robert Kaplan in the Atlantic in May 2009, before CPEC, before BRI, where he said that Gwadar would be the connectivity hub, shortest for Urumqi, for Kashgar, for Dushanbe, for Bukhara, for Samarkand, and all the Central Asian republics, Almaty also, so which is now turning out to be true. So in this evolution of what I call a greater South Asia as a geoeconomic concept, which includes China, which includes the Central Asian republics of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, and also Iran and Afghanistan, you can see that we have already provided the land route to Central Asia via Afghanistan, and that's already functioning through the port of Gwadar. So that vision is also there. Regional connectivity, where Pakistan is the hub, and through the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and through our Central Asian friends, and also linking up with Afghanistan. And as you know, that the Joint Working Group on International Cooperation of CPEC, which is the joint working group to bring in third countries into CPEC, had its first meeting in Urumqi in the first week of December. And they agreed that other countries should join in. So that is also an opening up. So that's the second major transformation in the region, trend towards regional connectivity, and we are emerging as the hub because of our location, because of our role. The third important transformation is in our neighborhood, India. They are burying Nehruvian secularism, Nehruvian ideals of inclusivity, because India is a great diverse country. And suddenly you have this Republic of Hindutva being established by the Modi regime and the RSS. And I think this was very well summed up by the great Indian writer Arundhati Roy in her article in the New York Times, the sound of silence is the loudest sound. And she said that, and I quote, in India today, RSS is the state, and an architecture of fascism is being erected in India under Mr. Modi. So I think that is a very important transformation, because if that transformation continues with India having what I call an ideological foreign policy, and that's where the problem was. Once we also had an ideological foreign policy, we wanted to have strategic depth in Afghanistan, we wanted to liberate Central Asian republics, and the US had the same thing, an ideological foreign policy under Bush Jr. With the neocons, and they wanted to reshape the Middle East and revamp everything through regime change, and that we know the consequences of that. So we are seeing that. So when in this context, when I see Pakistan in 2021, I think that Pakistan has got a geopolitical breather, what I call strategic space for Pakistan. Thanks to the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, Mr. Modi is on the defensive. His policies have boomeranged within India. And one expression of that is the letter. And I think it's very important we should all study that. sent yesterday by the chairman of the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Robert Menendez, to General Austin. I was seeing the text, and he has asked General Austin, the US Secretary of Defense, who is arriving in Delhi today, that please raise the issue of human rights and democracy with India. And especially he mentions the anti-Muslim policies of the Modi government. This is the chairman of the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee writing. And he's also mentioned the farmers' protest, which by the way is largely the Sikh community. So there's a Muslim community, there's a Sikh community, and let's not forget 26th of January, Delhi was resonating with Khalistan Zindabad slogans, and occasionally Pakistan Zindabad also. So this is a very important, I think, change and Pakistan also playing a pivotal role on peace in Afghanistan. And I think after a long time, Pakistan has cordial relations with the United States and with China at the same time, after a long period. With China, of course, it's a very warm rapport, it's an intimate rapport, as you mentioned, a strategic partnership, but with the US also, it's a very cordial rapport. And it's interesting that this year is the 50th anniversary of Dr. Kissinger's visit to China through Pakistan, and day after tomorrow, I'm supposed to appear with Dr. Kissinger in person in a webinar organized by the Chinese. I'm supposed to give the Pakistan perspective. On 20th March, he will be appearing, the old man himself, on the famous journey from Islamabad to Beijing, which was in July. So the Chinese are having this conference on 20th of March by the Chinese State Council. So we played that role 50 years ago. And but Hina Saba was also mentioning that, not at the cost of any specific relationship. And by the way, today, there's a very important meeting you mentioned about US. Today, in Alaska, the first major engagement between the Biden administration, Tony Blinken, the Foreign Secretary of State, and Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, are meeting their Chinese interlocutors, the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and the main foreign policy czar, who is a member of the Politburo, Yang Jiechi, who was interpreter to Deng Xiaoping. So they're meeting in Alaska, so I hope that perhaps there can be some movement forward on that. So in that context, when we talk of navigating the new decade, I feel that most of the challenges that we are going to face are going to be a lot of internal challenges. I think for Pakistan it's very important, and I'm glad that on that, whether it's the political establishment or the military establishment, they are on board, that Pakistan needs to make a transition from being a national security state to a state that is oriented towards people, focusing on human security and also on regional connectivity. And in that context, I think redefining the notion of national security is very important. National security can no longer be defined purely in terms of military might, F-16, tanks, atom bombs. I think those issues are more or less settled. It has to be more inclusive. It includes the provinces, the political parties, human rights, and also education, economy, energy, and so forth. And I think those are issues which are there. We talk of a rules-based international order, but I think in Pakistan also we have to lay the basis of a rules-based national order, which is extremely important. And I think that is one important area which is going to be focused on. Then we also are going to see a lot of the non-traditional security threats. We already have the pandemic. As Chairman Defense Committee, Moeed Saab, a few years ago, we had already identified pandemics and climate change, cyber security, and sectarian terrorism as the new emerging, because these are fault lines also. And these can be threatening for countries like Pakistan. And these are not, there's no threat of an Indian conquest or Indian attack on Pakistan, but other kind of issues are certainly emerging in that context. And in this regard, I feel that we are seeing two contrasting visions for the region in which Pakistan is located. There is the vision of the Chinese, President Xi Jinping to be precise, which is more of geoeconomics, of connectivity, the Belt and Road Initiative, linking together 117 countries have signed on that. Pakistan is one of the key players. CPEC The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is the flagship and the pivot of that Belt and Road Initiative. We have a land link with China. We have also a maritime Silk Road link through the Gwadar port. So that is one vision. And the other vision is of geopolitics, viewing the region in terms of a Cold War mentality, containment, confrontation, and I think the US, or some in the US military industrial complex have woken up to the so-called China threat. They see that suddenly China has emerged and they are very concerned about that, and they say, how do we counter that? We had the Quad the other day meeting also, they focused on China. Then the visit of the US leadership to Japan, South Korea and India. The three secretaries, the foreign minister, the defense minister and the national security advisor. So I think that Asia today cannot revert to a Cold War mindset. We have already suffered as a consequence of what happened after 9/11. And those of you who are interested, they should read the Costs of War study done by Brown University, which is the Ivy League University in Rhode Island. And that is a very key study, and that shows that the US squandered $6.4 trillion after 9/11 on all the conflicts that have taken place, not just in Pakistan or Afghanistan, but Iraq and Syria and Libya and Somalia and so forth. So I think that if we have to move forward, we have to move forward in a more inclusive approach, and with the pandemic, with climate change and other issues that underline the need for international cooperation. So Pakistan, I think a whole new world is opening up for us, but we have to, of course, focus on setting our own house in order. I think the glimmer of hope in Afghanistan is very positive also. And next 2-3 years, our role is very key in the region. But if we are able to stabilize our situation internally and take it forward, I think there's a whole new opportunity, which even the Kai talked about. And
so much.
Thank you very much.
One quick subsequent question. You talk about the three transformations. And one is, of course, the fulcrum of growth moving from the west to the east and the Asian century, and whether it's going to be just the Chinese century or the India and Chinese century, all of that. But you know, there are two views to this. And one view is that the pandemic has given a tailwind to this transformation, which may lead to the crisis of global leadership, which means that confrontation will be what's going to happen. We have a new China that we are engaging with. Where does Pakistan fit in? You just talked about this seminar that you invited to, where you're going to give Pakistan's perspective. Can Pakistan emerge as not being aligned and as a bridge state, the role that it played then between China and the United States? Can Pakistan afford to play this role between China and the United States now, and perhaps also between Tehran and Riyadh?
About the India factor, I think India under Mr. Modi is on the wrong side of history, because they are going against the whole grain of this regional economic cooperation and connectivity. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Myanmar, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan are all on board on the Belt and Road Initiative, except India because of its issues with China, and after last year's clash, in fact 2 clashes, one in May 2020 and the other one in January 2021, in which, by the way, the US provided strategic intelligence to India against China. So that's extremely important to understand. So I think that India, I would separate from that side, but I think that Pakistan, through its history, through different phases, has shown its policymakers, and here I would like to commend especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because that has been the vanguard. They have shown an ability to preserve, protect, and promote its vital interests. We were the most allied ally of the United States under Field Marshal Ayub Khan.
Also the most sanctioned.
At that time. And then we had dared to befriend the worst enemy of our so-called best friend, China, at that time. And you know how Johnson was upset with Bhutto when he went for Kennedy's funeral and said, "You're flirting with the Chinese," and so forth.
But we stood our ground. Under General Zia, you remember, we were asked to destabilize Iran during the Afghan jihad period. And we refused to do that. We said, no, these are strategic interests, and we refuse to do that even now also. I think the Iran-Saudi Arabia thing is going to be, they say the civil war or a quarrel among the family is a very complicated one. And this Muslim Ummah thing, I think we shouldn't get I think that's going to play itself a lot.
So has Pakistan moved on?
Yes, I think we have moved on, and I think countries have understood that. Look at 2-3 crises have taken place. Qatar, Saudi Arabia. We maintained good relations with Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Turkey, because Turkey saved Qatar. They sent troops, otherwise the regime would have fallen. And then with Iran and Saudi Arabia, I think both sides understand we have a good relationship with both. And this is there. And with China also, I think when it comes to our core interests, the US has that kind of understanding. They don't like it, but they know that there's this for Pakistan, this is a red line. Especially when our friend Mr. Trump presented the regional framework, strategic framework for a regional foreign policy on 6th of January, they unveiled that. And you know what they said? It was totally promoting India as the regional hegemon at the expense of other countries. So that is something which is not acceptable to Pakistan. So I think we are able to play that role. And don't forget, the US is also looking for friends in the region. And the US knows that the road to peace in Afghanistan lies through Islamabad, or Islamabad/Pindi.
Okay. We resolved that this morning, didn't we? Yes, we were on the same page. In fact, I think this morning the Chief of the Military Staff was more forthcoming than the Prime Minister himself on the issue. So it was a breath of fresh air, actually. To move on to Ali Jahangir Saab, and you know what?
People in khaki can be good peacemakers.
Well, I will not comment on that. Ali, you know what? I'm absolutely happy to see you here. Because for the 2 days that we've spent here, we've heard some fantastic wisdom, but it's come mostly from people who are older than me. So I was actually looking forward to having some young people on the panels. And I thought I was going to point that out to Moyed, that we should perhaps have some younger people on the panel too. Moyed, of course, but then it's absolutely good to have you here. You know, what I'm going to talk about you is, and I looked at one of your initiatives where you said Pakistan a destination for US investment. And we are also kind of opening up. To us now, economic convergence with China does not mean that we are closing down to other countries. Where do you see Pakistan making progress there? Is that a real option? Because I'll come back to what I initiated my discussion with. We've all been talking about what Pakistan ought to do, you know, put our internal house in order, balance our relationships, so on and so forth, human security, comprehensive security, all of that. A very senior diplomat this morning said this is not new, we've been talking about it for ages. So I wonder, what is it new that you want to do as ambassador at large for Pakistan, and as a young leader, what do you see for Pakistan's foreign policy? Where do you see Pakistan in the coming years?
Thank you, and thank you for the compliment. I am older than I look. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll pick up the answer to your question after speaking a little bit about perhaps a different way to look at the world order. If I were to think of the world order in its history, we start, as we all know, with Pax Romana, which was a 200-year period of, the first 200-year period of peace. And if I think about the world order today, I struggle to think if we will have that sort of peace again. And I could speak about some nations versus China. I could speak about new alliances. I could speak about nationalism in many countries, or the Western liberal order being threatened. But perhaps, since those are more obvious subjects to all of us, perhaps I can speak about something else, which is the hyper-evolution of technology and how that is completely disrupting the world order. we all are aware of the massive generation of data today and the measurement of that data and the availability and accessibility of that data. Once that data was easily available to us through the internet, technologies such as artificial intelligence, distributed ledgers, machine learning, these have proliferated. In life sciences, there are technologies that enhance your quality of life and make you live longer. But that access is not universal. Only some countries have it. The access of technology in artificial intelligence and in such subjects is also limited to some countries. And technology is also changing the nature of war. I think it was alluded to earlier by Mashahid Saab, which is that no discussion of national security policy today takes place without mentioning the threats from a pathogen, or perhaps a waterborne pathogen, or from a cyber attack. And usually those two things rank at the top of the list. So again, those are driven by technology. Today's technology is also transnational. Even though some countries have an advantage, it crosses borders to make life better or worse, or to attack or defend. And we have many, many examples of those sorts of things. Stuxnet, which was the virus that took out the Iranian centrifuges, was a transnational attack and much more effective than any foreign policy tool the US and Israel were pursuing at the time. So all of this technology leads to a massive change in how the world order is evolving. And if the evolution of world order is a function of dominance, then that dominance today is a function of technological skills and technological resources. So it's easy to see why these alliances are being formed, and I think sometimes we see technology as an effect of the alliance, i.e. because there are alliances in the West, they share technology. But I would argue that in some cases, the alliance is a function of the technology. So there are many cases where countries collaborate around powerful technologies they have, and they work to dominate the others so that the others don't have access to it. So that leaves us with the question of where we find ourselves as Pakistan. Even though our economic output is relatively small, circa $300 billion on a nominal basis, there are many countries with similar, relatively small economies that have dominated in technology, whether it's the Scandinavian countries or it's Israel. These countries with similar levels of economic output have reoriented themselves from being agrarian or service-based to heavily technology-dependent. And I think if we have to choose orders, which again, like it's been argued before, we must not be in a position where we are forced to do that, but we're being asked, the choice will become a choice between the Western liberal technological order, where data flows freely and access of technology companies, particularly Western ones, is easy. For example, our markets have easy access from the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, or the Chinese model, or the Chinese or Russian model, where technology barriers are created and domestic companies are championed. I'm not picking a choice. I'm not choosing one over the other. I'm just saying that the alliance questions also relate to these technological matters, because in the end, the nature of everything 10 years or 20 years forward will be almost entirely driven by these choices. Now, Pakistan has some pockets of excellence in technology, and it is up to us now to build on those. There are companies here that do world-class work. There's a huge diaspora of Pakistanis around the world that have led major global technology companies or have been in the C-suite of those companies, and we must find a way to connect them to really have a role to play in this evolving world order. Or we might find ourselves squeezed in that space as well, not just the geopolitical space or the geoeconomic space, but also the technological space. And I think in the end, it's the technological space that will drive many of the geopolitical alliances that get created. Now, onto your question about where that investment interest should come, and linking to what I've been saying, it is technology. The president of AMD, the semiconductor company in the United States in the past, has been a Pakistani. There are many others in Silicon Valley that have built very, very large enterprises and have exited those enterprises and now onto their second or third very large companies in exciting spaces. I'm not talking about consumer internet, I'm talking about machine learning and semiconductor design. And really they've built very, very large companies. There are resources here. Many of those individuals have businesses here where they do some back office work, some design work here. Indeed, some world leaders do the same. Siemens, you may be aware, in Lahore, owns a business that does software for semiconductors. And it's called Matrix, and they employ, I think, 150 people. So we have these pockets of excellence, which is what we must build on. Otherwise, in this race of alliances, we will find that there's no home for us. But there is hope because we have some excellence in Pakistan.
I don't understand a lot of this, but you know, the question that immediately comes to my mind, and it's also reflected in the questions that have come online, is that when I think about technology and digitalization in Pakistan, the first thing that surfaces or comes to my mind is the intense digital divide that exists in this country. So, as a thought leader, as a future leader, how do you see a match in this challenge? I mean, you're talking about technology as a forefront of everything that we do. Probably, if Pakistan is supposed to become what it's supposed to become, that's the front. We have to strengthen ourselves. Do we think, are we prepared for it? What are the strategies there? Are we ready? Are we doing something?
Yeah, I think the answer to this is simple. It's access. You have to just give access to technology, in particular the internet, to everyone. So if data is cheap and there's a handset available, and we somehow get a handset of a smartphone to everybody, that's simply all we need to do. And a good way to think about it is with an example. I was babysitting a 3-year-old, and maybe even younger, maybe a 2.5-year-old, who was my nephew. And the child was sitting on the floor holding a physical magazine, a car magazine, and was trying to swipe the cover, waiting for the picture to change. And when the picture would not change, this child was getting frustrated. So I remarked after that experience to some friends of mine who are in the technology domain, saying that my nephew is so intelligent, 2.5-year-old, that he was trying to interact with a magazine as if it was an iPad. And my friend said, actually, it turns out that your nephew is as dumb or intelligent as a 2.5-year-old, nothing special, so don't congratulate yourself. And the reason for that is, it's not that your nephew is smart in trying to interact this way, it's that Apple made the iPad so intuitive that even a child can interact with it very easily without any training. And I think that's how we have to think about this. If you give YouTube and the internet available to the mass population, they will learn things that we cannot imagine, mostly constructive.
Do you think it can be a replacement for the lack of infrastructure, educational infrastructure that exists?
It certainly helps with that problem. I'm not an educationist.
It's worked in Africa. It's worked wonderfully in Africa.
Correct. It certainly helps. I'm not an educationist, so I can't comment on, structured education versus this being a full solution. It certainly is better than not having something, and people with a basic education can get use out of this that is tremendous, that is beyond what we can imagine. So I think it's not just learning, it's also about employment and revenue generation. So I think all we need to do is provide access. Cheap internet, fast internet, and lots of devices to access it.
Thank you so much. Now there's this one question which it's come to us online, but I'm going to put this to all my esteemed panelists. And with that, I would also request you to give me one keyword for Pakistan's foreign policy. If there was just one keyword that you would want to sort of put forward as a defining word for Pakistan's foreign policy in this transitional world. The question is, in the post-COVID world, what do we have to do to place Pakistan as a change leader and shape the future world order? So essentially, what is the role of Pakistan in the post-COVID world? So to say, for China, I use a term, I said it was a, it was a survivor of COVID, and somehow it emerged as a savior for the world. I don't know how many of you agree with that. But, and Madam Hina, I would want you to go first. Give me
got the Chinese jab.
Yes, we did, this morning. More vaccines have been donated to Pakistan. So, Hina, one keyword for Pakistan's foreign policy, and what should we do to become a change leader? That's a very interesting question. I like the optimism in it. Will you please unmute yourself, Hannah? We can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, I'm saying I'm just delighted to answer this because I think it is a loaded question and it represents all the wrongs in many ways, and I don't know who this question came from, so I'm at liberty to say this, that we hold about our perception of what Pakistan ought to do in terms of its foreign policy objectives, okay? So first of all, if you were to ask me one word, the word is proactive foreign policy versus reactive. So that one word would be proactive. Proactive means that we set out the goals for ourselves, that this is what we want to achieve for Pakistan in a 5-year horizon, 10-year horizon, 20-year horizon, and then we take that road. As opposed to a country which is reacting to what India did, what is happening in Afghanistan, what the US wants of us, what the Saudis want of us, what China requires to happen, etc. So very, very clear on that. Now, but I do want to comment on the question itself because you see, Pakistan must not seek a role in changing the world order at all. That's not what Pakistan's place in the world is, okay? So, and we love to talk about the Chinese and to learn from them, and we are absolutely their best friends, higher in the mountains, deeper in the oceans, and the strategic allies, as strategic as it gets, much as we love to call every other strategic, every other relationship we have strategic, that's the only real strategic relationship we have. Let's learn from the Chinese. For how many years and decades did they hide themselves from the rest of the world, not seeking any role whatsoever in the world? I mean, I remember as Foreign Minister not so far back asking them to play a greater role in the Afghanistan dialogue or the reconciliation, and they said, Minister, please, we have much to do at home. We will come up, there will be a time when China will play a bigger role, but this may not. And we had to really rope them in because we felt they were an important regional partner. So exceptionally important for Pakistan not to seek a role or to seek to change the world. Pakistan should seek, through its foreign policy objectives, to change the future of its nation, of this nation. And the nation is only represented by the citizens. So we need to seek economic alliances. We need to seek not, a colloquial word is coming to my mind, which I'm not going to use. So we need to stop being on the wrong side of many, many countries and wanting to, and the countries such as India, who we cannot engage with right now because they're in this notions of nationalistic Hindutva mode where they're self-destructing and keeping and putting the entire region hostage, to bid our time with them, to just pause with them. But where the opportunities lie, such as Afghanistan, such as Iran, such as China, such as the broader region, and this economic engagement, this regional economic engagement is now real. There are real train networks, there are real gas pipelines which we can seek. So Pakistan should seek only a role for itself in the world and no role to change the world order, even the region around us.
Thank you. Senator, she said proactive and not reactive. You're going to first give me my keyword for my foreign
I would say connectivity, because that's going to be deciding our future role, and that is already a role on which we are embarked because of our location. And whether it's not just CPEC, we talk of TAPI also, the Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline. And hopefully if Biden has his way and the other lobbies don't resist him, maybe the Iran-Pakistan, India pipeline or Iran-Pakistan pipeline can also be revived if the sanctions are lifted. So because that has now, destiny has placed us in that role, linking up not just with China, South Asia, Central Asia, Iran, Afghanistan, and that is a role which comes to us naturally. Hina mentioned about China. It was Deng Xiaoping when he launched this initiative 40 years ago, and the advice he gave, look at the Chinese wisdom. He said, and I quote, bide your time, don't flaunt your brilliance. And that was what the Chinese line was. And it's a very interesting article I saw in the New York Times, and they said that when the reform process started, and they said you will have socialism, socialist market economy. And the Western economists said that, oh, we knew that this experiment was bound to fail, and we just had to wait.
And they said 40 years later, we are still waiting. So you see, and in the meantime, 850 million people have been lifted out of poverty, and China has been transformed in this period.
Great. Ali, proactive and not reactive connectivity. So what's your key word for Pakistan's foreign policy?
Collaborative.
Collaborative.
And I'll explain that. If we have close friends like China, and we have, from a foreign policy perspective, things to achieve elsewhere, for example, Africa, where we do have foreign policy goals to achieve with many countries. And China is putting to work in Africa enormous amounts of capital and therefore has influence to benefit from other people's strengths in some areas. So collaborative, and of course we can offer similar strengths in some other areas. So that's what I would say.
Great. We can open the floor for Q&A. I see a lot of hands. Gentlemen on the right. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My name is Muhammad Ali. I'm Director at Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. First off, my compliments to National Security Division and Mr. Mohit Yusuf, and also to IPRI for arranging such a formidable panel on a very interesting topic. My question is aimed at Honorable Madam Hina. Because of her unique background at serving not just as a foreign minister but also as a finance minister. So you are the most qualified person to address my question regarding geoeconomics. We have been hearing for the last 2 days that Pakistan is interested in a geoeconomic based foreign policy rather than a geopolitical based foreign policy. Do you think, as a former finance minister, in the presence of 3 systemic impediments, the excessive reliance over US and Western European export markets, remittances from the Middle East, and some aid packages and bailouts from IMF and World Bank, do you have the fiscal space for an independent foreign policy which can be based on some alternative policy options? And secondly, even if you achieve and pursue such a policy, will it be compatible with your foreign policy, which is heavily dependent on China? Thank you.
Hina, over to you.
Okay, I don't like to see our foreign policy as being dependent on anyone, and I can say this with a lot of confidence after having sat in the Foreign Office, that Pakistan and China, and that's why I typically continue to say, has a truly strategic relationship, in the sense that, you see, when our 2 countries have a strategic relationship, it's when there's an alignment of interests. What they want of the region is the same as we want of the region. What they want to do within the world is the same as we want to do in the world. What we want of the world is also similar. So I do not see that we are dependent on China in any way. In fact, it's a very, it's a healthy relationship. I think we are, neither is the liability on the other, and that is something that a country must be very, very wary of ever becoming a liability on any of its strategic partners. Now, you asked an interesting question that everybody keeps on talking about, moving away from geopolitics and geoeconomics. I can share with you many times when people would say that, oh, you need to project a soft image of Pakistan. My answer is you need to become soft to have a soft image. And I will go back to my original theme that if you want to seek geoeconomic, you must become economic. You must show through your policy decisions, through resource allocation, through your budgetary process, that Pakistan wants economic and less military and less political space, etc. So that is, when you manage that internally well, the signals will go out. Even before the signals, hopefully that change within the country will be engineered to become an economic, not force, but at least a viable state, right? And I completely concur with you and agree with you that a country which is dependent on bailout packages and on going to boards of different funds and banks, such as the World Bank and the IMF, etc., every other 6 months, literally, we do not get out of a program and we are on our way in the line to the next program, cannot even be economically independent. And it's, I think the COVID situation and what happened in 2008, the financial crisis of 2008, explained to us with abundant clarity that the lessons and the mantras and the dictates that we get in these boards are the opposite of what those board members do within their own countries when they run into problems. So this fiscal consolidation and exceptionally, hard-nosed and belt-tightening in times of difficulty, which Pakistan has been forced to do. Currently, if you look at it, much of our industry is suffering because of exorbitant, energy costs, etc. These are not the same way. This is not the same way they react when their own countries run into problems. So it is exceptionally important that somehow we can find within Pakistan the resources through better tax collection and obviously tax base to be able to have, forgetting independent foreign policy, I'm talking about an independent economic policy. Currently, we cannot have an independent economic policy, and I can tell you as someone who sits in Parliament even now, that what we pass in June every month, every year, has very little to do with the resource allocation and the spending requirement and even the taxation questions. It is mostly what the government of the day, and any government of the day, is able to negotiate with the fund on a quarterly basis is how your economic management runs. So yes, it's exceptionally important that we can somehow find our way out of the dictates. And I'm not saying they are economic hitman or have bad designs or anything like that. I'm just saying that their recipes are ancient.
Thank you. There's this gentleman in the grey jacket. Please go ahead. And then I'd also like to go somebody at the back and take questions from the back. Yes, please go ahead.
एक स्ट्रेटेजी कंसल्टिंग कंपनी है।
अगर आप थोड़ी देर के लिए मास्क हटा लें तो समझ में आएगी आपकी बात।
जाहिर कमाल स्ट्रेटेजीज कंसल्टिंग। एक्चुअली जो पॉइंट मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ वो उसके पहले पॉइंट ये है कि मैं उर्दू में बात करना चाहता हूँ, ठीक है? मैंने 2 दिन से ये अटेंड कर रहा हूँ और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत से लोग हमारे सबसे पहले हमें जो मैं ये एक क्वेश्चन नहीं है बल्कि मेरा एक सॉर्ट ऑफ कमेंट है कि हमें अपने आप की शनाख्त का मसला है कि हम अपने आप को शनाख्त नहीं कर पा रहे। हमेशा हम अपने आप को जियो पॉलिटिक्स में एक रेलेवेंस देखना चाहते हैं, दूसरे मुल्क क्या चाहते हैं, ठीक है ना? हम खुद नहीं जानते कि हम खुद क्या हैं। और मैंने इस 2 दिन के अंदर जो हमारी शनाख्त के जो सबसे बड़े पिलर्स हैं वो हैं अल्लामा इकबाल और कायद-ए-आज़म। लेकिन मैंने इस 2 दिन में अल्लामा इकबाल और कायद-ए-आज़म का एक भी रेफरेंस नहीं, बड़े जज्बाती नस्बत। और इसके अलावा मैं ये समझता हूँ कि रियासत मदीना के कंसेप्ट के अंडर हमारे लीडर इमरान खान बहुत अरसे से बहुत कुछ समझा रहे हैं लेकिन हम समझ नहीं पा रहे। इसलिए
बहुत शुक्रिया। इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ टाइम आपका पॉइंट आ गया। इट्स अ कमेंट। नहीं, इट्स अ कमेंट। ही सेड ही डिडंट हैव अ क्वेश्चन।
नहीं, मैं आपको पूरे इसको कंक्लूड इसलिए कि आप लोग एक मतलब मसाइल का शिकार हैं, आप अपने आप को ढूंढना चाह रहे हैं, तो मैं आपको एक राह दिखा रहा हूँ कि अपने आप को बचाइए, उर्दू में बात कीजिए, पाकिस्तान के 80% लोगों के साथ कनेक्ट कीजिए, दुनिया के साथ में कनेक्ट करें, अपने आप से कनेक्ट करें। अपनी पहचान के लिए अल्लामा इकबाल को पढ़ें, कायद-ए-आज़म को पढ़ें और आपकी हर तकरीर, आपकी हर सोच, आपका हर दिन इससे शुरू होना।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Just to remind you that in the previous session, Akbar Saab spoke about it. Senator Mushaid Hussain gave a reference to both Qaid-e-Azam and Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Prime Minister gave his keynote speech in Urdu, which was later translated in English. The reason why we are conducting the proceedings of this conference in English is because we have global audience. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Ishtiyaq Ali Mekri. I belong to Islamabad Policy Research Institute. I think this panel is best qualified to answer my brief comment and question, Mr. Mushaid Hussain Sayyed as well as Mr. Ali Jahangir. My question is that for the last 7 years, we have been an allied ally of the United States, and owing to domestic exigencies as well as changing regional dynamics, we have now moved towards China. So my brief question is, what is our geostrategic equation? Are we firmly now in the Chinese camp, or are we moonlighting both with the United States and China?
Thank you.
Yes, I humbly beg to disagree with the fundamental premise of your question, that we were in the American camp and now we have shifted to the Chinese camp. I think we have had a very strong, a very resilient relationship with China, which has developed strategic dimensions over the past several decades, irrespective of the closeness of our relationship with the United States, which fluctuates at different moments because of geopolitical developments. 50s, 60s, it was the Cold War, where the US needed us. 71, the opening to China. 80s, the Afghan Jihad. 21st century, the so-called war on terror. So a geopolitical event necessitated the US to embrace Pakistan. But that is not the case. That is why we call China as the all-weather friend. Irrespective of any changes within our two countries and irrespective of any changes in the region and globally, China and Pakistan stand with each other because of mutually congruent interests, which have been reinforced now. China needs us also. They are in a region where India is there, there are fault lines there, people exploiting, talk of Xinjiang. Tibet's separatist leader Dalai Lama lives in India. Pakistan needs them economically and also strategically. So this is a mutually reinforcing relationship, and that is irrespective of our linkage with the United States. So it's not a black and white either-or situation. Now we have a cordial rapport with the United States because the US needs Pakistan for having itself extricated from Afghanistan with some dignity or some honor. They used to say in Vietnam, peace with honor. Now they're talking on this, more or less the same lines. And they feel that Pakistan perhaps can give them a way out. And we are providing that. So it's linked with that.
Yes, I think Mushahid Saab has covered it well. I'll only add that A, as we all know, it's not in Pakistan's interest to choose a camp. And B, I think all political parties over the years have displayed an understanding of this, where we've maintained our independent relationships with not just the US Western kind of camp or order or China, but many others also. And we've navigated that quite well. So I think this is well understood by the foreign policy planners in Pakistan.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, my name is Tavish Ali, and I have completed my international relation and aspirant diplomat. So my question is to Ali Jahangiri Siddiqui. Sir, as you mentioned the importance of the technology, and it's about the access, the cheaper and faster internet and devices to access this. So in this regard, how we can tackle the hybrid warfare as the war of narratives and the leading role in the mainstream organizations like Google, Microsoft, and the content creators, they are mostly Indian based. So they are resulting in the which pollutes the mindset of the general public of the Pakistan as well as the region. So how we can tackle this in this scenario if we provide the access to the everyone? And so my second question of the part is like, what if say Pakistan, state of Pakistan invest on the individual and make them expert and place them in the mainstream institutions like Microsoft, Google, and other mainstream institutions of the world, so they can play a role, that a tangible role in enhancing the Pakistan and promote the picture of Pakistan. Your comment. Thank you, sir.
Let me answer the second part first. From a government perspective, all we can do is educate people to provide them those resources. Then where they end up, whether they end up in global companies or start their own or do something else, that's really up to them. So I would say the government's role is to provide higher education in the context of what you're asking, so that people have employability in technology for the subset of capital we allocate to technology education. On your earlier question, I would say that, hybrid warfare I would put within the whole realm of security technology. So it's hybrid warfare, it's cyber warfare or cyber defense, and a variety of other things. And I would say that again, I think there are always costs of something. So if we give, I think your question is, if you give universal access and it's very cheap, will our population get influenced by the wrong people? I think that's the question you're asking. And of course, that's a risk or a cost. But the benefit of being able to have technology in today's world, where technology is evolving so rapidly, is massive, much higher than the cost. And in fact, if we fail to give people that democratized access, we are denying them something quite fundamental, which is an opportunity to advance. So yes, I won't go into addressing hybrid warfare because that's a very long discussion and really not the topic today, but I would say that the costs are tiny compared to the benefits of democratized access.
My question to Mishad Hassan Sayyid Saab, that you have talked about rule-based national order to make you relevant in international political order. What is in your mind that how can we establish rule-based national order? And as we see that currently our civilian leadership is becoming irrelevant in our today's Pakistan. People considering that civilian leadership is incompetent to run the country, and people are all thinking that only institutional leadership, that is the military is only giving the hope to all the nation. So how can a rule-based national order in this internal power structure can be established?
Thank you. Before we jump to any conclusions, let us not forget the origins of the creation of Pakistan, which was through a democratic political process led by a great politician. Quaid-e-Azam was neither a cleric, nor a bureaucrat, nor a general, nor a feudal. He was a constitutionalist, a lawyer who led a political party which had a massive popular support, and Pakistan is an outcome of the Muslim people's struggle for the right of self-determination through a democratic process. So that is the origin of Pakistan. जो हमारा शजरा नसब है ना, वो उसमें है. And today I see a disconnect within the state of Pakistan. The state apparatus is rather antiquated, quite obsolete in terms of governance. It is failing to deliver. On the other hand, the society of Pakistan, young, vibrant, dynamic, robust, driven, self-starter citizen activism, youth, women. So there is a revolution of rising expectations. And in that, whether it by rules-based, there have to be certain rules of dissent, of vocal expression. So I feel that in Pakistan today, I would still say Pakistan is probably the freest Muslim democracy, if you see that. You have so many multiple channels. I was editor of a newspaper, The Muslim, in the days of General Zia, when there was censorship. And I would say that we were still able to express ourselves despite that censorship, because this culture of dissent, culture of resistance, which has been there in Pakistan's people, Pakistan's professionals, Pakistan's civil society. So I think it's important that when we are now embarking that kind of ownership of the state to be more inclusive of all segments of society. And I used to say when I was editor of The Muslim that there is the officially certified truth, Sarkari Sach, and then there's the other facts. So I think we have to go beyond that. And the 21st century is now, nobody can really control what is happening. So that is what we need. The disconnect between the state apparatus, the governance which is still colonial oriented, and the society which has moved forward because there is so much awareness among our people. In fact, the people are ahead of their leaders. So, and this is the phase we are going through, so I think it has to be inclusive. Institutions have their role, and also the political forces have their role, and they have to go together.
I think this dialogue is a very democratic initiative. We're taking policy making to the public domain. Yes. So I think that's how at least I see it. Tayyiba, you had a question?
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Tayyaba Nisar Khan. I'm currently working at PTV World as news anchor. So I'm really happy that Mr. Jahangir is present over here, because earlier I was actually wondering about AI in this session, and I'm really happy that it was represented in the session. So you basically talked about how AI is transnational, right? And India is, of course, having intelligence and reconnaissance sharing with so many countries, including United States as well. Now, looking at the geopolitical situation that's growing, the Quad that Mr. Senator Mushahid Hussain just mentioned as well, and how it's called the NATO, the new NATO of the East Asian, East Pacific Ocean, Indo-Pacific Ocean rather. So how should Pakistan respond? I wouldn't say react, because Ms. Khair has rightly pointed out that it should be proactive, not reactive. How should Pakistan respond to the, should Pakistan perceive it, number one, as a threat, the increasing intelligence sharing between India, US regarding the Quad alliance, and how should Pakistan respond? And my second question is that there's a lot of AI investment in India in terms of war, in terms of strategic war and in that arena. So should Pakistan be very vigilant regarding this, because nuclear deterrence might fail at certain point? We can see the killer robots and so many artificial intelligence, miniaturization, so many things which are going to definitely challenge the nuclear deterrence. So how should Pakistan ensure that it's prepared?
Thank you, Tayyaba. Jahangir, over to you.
So I would say that when we speak of intelligence sharing, I'm not a defense analyst, but within that realm, there are many different subsets. And one of those subsets in the India context is India's agreement with the United States for satellite data intelligence. And that certainly is a threat. We have a series of issues, in particular Kashmir, between us, and if one party is receiving lots of advanced technology and data, then that is certainly an issue for us. So what we should do about it is invest in that technology. I don't think a response to that is going to get us anywhere. We should try and respond diplomatically, but I think the question is, we should direct our resources towards that. The second question you asked about AI and the fact that nuclear deterrence may not be important, this is a very important point. Nuclear doctrine in many countries has not evolved to a level, in the US it has, but in many other countries it has not evolved to a level where a cyber attack will trigger that, and thankfully it has not. What that means is that you know that if there's a conventional conflict and you know that you can have a cyber response, a cyber attack, and you know that will not trigger a nuclear response. This is a very dangerous place in the middle, because a cyber attack can be devastating. The more modern power plants we have, and they're maintained remotely, almost all modern gas turbines are maintained that way. They're on a network. And in each of these cases, the threat increases if there's asymmetry between powers. So again, the answer to that also is that we have to direct resources towards this. Almost every war now is going to be fought neither conventional nor nuclear, but somewhere in the middle.
Make a comment there?
Yes, very briefly, about intelligence sharing. There was this Quad meeting recently between the US, Australia, and Japan and India. And there's now also talk of intelligence sharing among what is termed as the echelon countries, which are 5 countries, English speaking, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and UK. And they share intelligence among the agencies through this electronic intelligence. So there's talk of sharing, bringing India also into the loop on sharing. So that would be a strategic force multiplier for India in terms of access to intelligence. And you also mentioned about the new NATO. In late November, there was an advisory council presided over by the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, who is from Norway. And they issued a report. And for the first time, there was a NATO report which talked of a threat from Russia and China. Now, North Atlantic Treaty Organization does not extend to Asia, and China is not a European power. So, yes, we can understand if they talk of Putin and Russia, but to involve China in that, I think that is taking it to the... So I think NATO is also trying to be relevant in the current situation, and by extending its area of operations beyond the North Atlantic, and that would be significant.
Okay, can we take one? The lady in green.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Maria Shafiq, representing Pakistan Air Force. My question is from Mr. Mushahid Hussain. Given this inevitable situation between China and US, and as we know that both of them are now being entrenched in a Thucydides trap, as we say, so what will be Pakistan's response or options for this confrontation in terms of the Indo-Pacific specifically?
First of all, I'd like to compliment the Pakistan Air Force, of course, has been a very good fighting force, and they did us proud recently during this, when India attacked Pakistan on Balakot. It was the first act of aggression after 71, and we hit back hard, and full marks to the Pakistan Air Force. The former chief is also here, so it was a befitting response. I remember after that, CNN asked me that now there will be war because Pakistan has shot down 2 planes and the pilot is captured. I said, no, Modi is a bully, and if he will now blink, because if he had blinked, then he would have tried to force us. So I think our handling of Pulwama, the way we did it, and we handled the Indian attack on Pakistan and defended ourselves so well. I would say after our handling of the nuclear tests, the way we went nuclear 98, this was our finest hour. And I think full marks to the Air Force on that. About this, I don't see an inevitability in that issue of conflict. And I would say that please read a very good article, which is contrary to the general mantra of this thing about this US-China thing. It was written by Fareed Zakaria. It came in the January-February 20th, 2020 issue of the Foreign Affairs. It's called The New China Scare. What is behind that? And I think it's very instructive. And there's another article which mentioned about this understanding which just came in this March issue of Foreign Affairs by Van Jackson, which is a New Zealand person. So please read that. It gives you the mindset of that. The only thing is that the US military-industrial complex, whose first warning was given by President Eisenhower in his last speech, who was a general, by the way, General Eisenhower. They are looking always for enemies. They need an enemy for their own legitimacy and for their own huge military and armaments industry. Soviet Union, it was destroyed. Then it was the turn of Islam, but poor Muslim countries, they are already weak and fighting each other. It was easy. And now they were looking for China. And you should know that even under the Biden administration, they're talking of $100 billion investment in nuclear tactical weapons which are ground-based, you don't need those actually. So you see that this is an unending arms race. It helps the military-industrial complex. And many of those people who are now in government, they work as consultants for them. So it reinforces that. And the China threat is easy because Chinese are not Europeans. They don't look like them. They are from a different culture. And there are other elements of race also. But I would say that it's not like the Cold War. The Soviet Union only had 40% of the US GDP. China is almost going to be equal in the next 10 years. And China is a very strong, not just militarily, but politically. And please watch the video on YouTube. The 1st of October 2019, the China National Day Parade. The new weapons they have shown, especially that famous missile, which can hit 7,500 miles, and which has 7 different warheads, which can change direction after being fired. So that, so it's a whole new world which is opening up. I think they will come to some sort of an understanding. The good thing about the US is the US has the ability for course correction. Nixon did that with China. They never accepted China. And Chinese also did that after Chairman Mao's Cultural Revolution. They also changed course. They became more pragmatic. So I would say that, and remember, Xi Jinping and Biden have had a very close rapport as vice presidents. They have been meeting regularly. So I feel that overall the US has emerged from these elections very divided and somewhat weakened also. So I don't see a very harsh interventionist foreign policy or a militaristic foreign policy. Yes, diplomatically they will try to put pressure, which is fine. Both sides do that. But this two-sided trap thing with Allison and others, I don't think it's inevitable. Yes, we talk of Greek city-states because the stakes are very, very high. And I think within that context, Pakistan has done it in the past. It's nothing new for us. If you remember, in the 60s, we were even more difficult situation. Soviet Union was opposed to China. The US was opposed to China. We stood our ground. And then there were other pressures also. We stood our ground. So I think Pakistan has the capacity. And I would like to also briefly mention, because we're talking of Pakistan's history of foreign policy, you go to African countries, you go to other countries. In the 50s, we were supporting national liberation movements of Algeria, Tunisia. Their leaders were traveling on Pakistani passports. I met the foreign minister of Eritrea and the UN, and he said, "We are thankful to Pakistan." I said, "For what?" He said, "You supported us." It was Sir Zafrullah Khan. In 52, right of self-determination of Eritrea. And there are roads named after Qaeda-e-Azam in Muhammad Ali Jinnah in Tunisia, and also in Algeria. Their leaders, Habib Bourguiba and Farhat Abbas, used to have offices in Karachi, and they used to have travel on Pakistan diplomatic passports. So Pakistan में बड़ी जान है, बड़ी हिम्मत है. We have taken positions. हमने Bosnia का support किया था, when no country was willing to support Bosnia. So it's not just about the economy, it's about your own vision and our own, what role you are willing to play. So
Madam Khar's comment on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I find this a very interesting question, and I think it is not at all inevitable. The confrontation is not inevitable at all, but 100% the confrontation has been chosen by the US as a policy objective because of the great power competition. Do not forget, I remember just before we closed down in March 2020, Munich Security Conference was the last big conference I attended. And over there, when I saw the Secretary of State of the US going on for 30 minutes, literally 25 minutes of his speech was only on anti-China rhetoric. And between that 25 minutes, I think 20 minutes was on Huawei. Now, please understand that right now, data itself is a huge battleground. So access to data, whoever is able to propagate 5G in various countries, in various regions, and the access to data that they have. And you know how the Americans have to say, well, the Chinese would be irresponsible with that data, but we're being responsible with that data. And we know that's not true. So this is really the great power competition playing. I believe the situation is very different than the Cold War, simply because China, unlike the USSR, has an ability to overpower, overwhelm, and overcome the US as an economic power also. The US is seeing this, and no great power will allow its space to be taken away quietly. I believe the Defense Strategy Paper 2018 of the US is very telling as to what their objective is, in which they say international terrorism is no more a major threat to the US. The new threat is emanating from re-emerging Russia, and more importantly, the threat that is emanating from a rising China. They have said it in the Defense Strategy Paper, the entire strategy. And unfortunately, what I see is whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, there is unfortunately bipartisan support of demonizing China. But I also see an opportunity with this new government, with this new administration in the US, because do not forget, up till the end of the Obama time almost, the US policy was try to engage with China as much as is possible, at least on the international goods such as trade, such as climate change, and to try and rope in China into the international world order. But when China, they felt, benefited from the international world order, such as becoming part of the WTO, and assisted its economy, and now became a threat to them, an economic threat, a military threat, a force which was asking for space in the South China Sea, within the Indo-Pacific region, which were supposed to be American domains. That is where I think the US seriously rethought, and of course the administration of Mr. Trump painted China as the enemy. And of course we saw that most of the European Union was first reluctant. France continues to be reluctant even today. So there is going to be, and a lot of the infighting or the threat to NATO alliances that you see is emanating from many European countries having a different view of engagement with China.
Thank you, Madam Hina. Please stay with us because we'll need you for the final photograph. Chaucer said two things. He said that there's no distinction between domestic policy and foreign policy. Foreign policy is an extension of your domestic policy, essentially. But he said another thing which is even more interesting, and that is all good things must come to an end. So the dialogue comes to an end, and so does this session. Thank you, Ali Saab. Thank you, Senator Saab. Thank you, Janjua Saab. And it was very, very interesting. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Yes.
Can I please request the guests to come and just stand in the front so that they can take a picture, sir? And if we can wear masks because of COVID, that would be great. Thank you. Can I now request the honorable speakers to please take a seat in the front because the dialogue has ended and we just have a short 5 minutes thank you note. तो sir आगे आ जाए front seat पे आ जाए तो that would be great.
Hand up.
So thank you to all our online viewers, all the wonderful guests who participated during these last 2 years, 2 days to make it look, it certainly feels like 2 years to me, to make this dialogue a success. And we've had some wonderful conversations. We've introduced, I think there's pretty much unanimity in Pakistan about how comprehensive national security is important for us, particularly in the 21st century, to consider both economic security, elements of human security such as climate change, food security, and cyber and other elements as a cohesive part of national security. Our perspectives need to evolve. We've also seen speakers talk about Pakistan's vision for regional peace and stability. We had a wonderful panel on economic security. We had some of Pakistan's best minds on the economy speaking. We had experts from Harvard University as well talk about how globalization is being impacted and the interplay of globalization and local economies. Does globalization enhance economic security or actually threaten economic security? That was a particularly good session. Then we had a wonderful session on the paradigm of human security, instituting that within Pakistan. We heard on social safety nets, which is very important for Pakistan, making sure that our most vulnerable communities and our most vulnerable citizens are protected from shocks such as, economic recession or climate change or natural disasters for that matter. And finally, we had, a great session on the evolving world order and Pakistan's place in it. And I think it just brilliantly conceptualized the challenges ahead for Pakistan in a very fluid global situation where we navigate, emerging trends both in technology, as Ali Siddiqui pointed out, and as Mushahid Hussain Saab and Ms. Hina Rabbani Khan pointed out, that even the global political order is very fluid. It's in flux, and Pakistan has been navigating it. It has all the elements to navigate the emerging trends. So it was a wonderful 2 days. I think it's a start of a journey. We hope to make this dialogue an annual feature. This was a virtual conference. We were still oversubscribed, but because of new rules for COVID, we had to shorten the subscription list. The event started with the inaugural address of the Prime Minister, and he launched the National Security Division's advisory portal. This is a new initiative of the National Security Division, where we'll be linking up with over 100 think tanks and university departments to directly provide us their input and their research. Because this was one gap that we've identified for several years that has existed between academia and our intelligentsia and policy making. To make policy more inclusive and responsive, it's important to take policy to these centers of excellence in our country, where there's no shortage of excellent minds. We also had the Chief of Army Staff addressing the opening session of day 2 today. It was a very frank and candid conversation, and he laid out his vision for regional peace and security. We also had keynote addresses by Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, Advisor Razak Daud, the Special Assistants to the Prime Minister Malik Amin Aslam, Dr. Faisal Sultan, Dr. Sania Nashtar, and Dr. Moeed Yusuf. And we also had keynotes by the distinguished former Federal Ministers Hina Rabani Khad and Mushahid Hussain Sayyid Saab, as well as by Ambassador at Large Ali Jahangir Siddiqui. So thank you all for your wonderful sharing of ideas and views that made this such an enriching experience for all of us. I would also like to thank especially the staff and the officers of the 5 think tanks that are part of the National Security Division's advisory board. These include Institute of Strategic Studies Islamabad, ISRA at NDU, the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, IRS, and IPRI. All these 5 think tanks, their staff, their leadership, and their young research analysts, supported this endeavor wholeheartedly and made this event a success. Finally, I would like to thank the officers and staff of the National Security Division. But before that, I would like to thank Dr. Moeed Yusuf for his vision, envisioning this dialogue and bringing all the think tanks on board, and our Secretary, Mr. Amir Hassan, for his guidance and support that made this event a success. NSD staff, thank you very much for staying up, sleepless nights continuously for the last 2 weeks to make this event a success. I would also like to thank the SPPC staff, which is part of the NSD staff, but they've also played a huge role in making this a success. Finally, we would like to hand over mementos to the heads of the 5 think tanks. So I would like to request SAPM, Dr. Moeed Yusuf, and Secretary National Security Division, Mr. Amir Hassan, to come on stage. I would also like to request Ambassador Azaz Chaudhry Saab, if he can come on stage from ISSI, Air Chief Marshal Retired Kaleem Sadat from CAS. Sir, if you could please come on stage. I would also like to request Ambassador Fawzia Sana, representing ISRA, in lieu of their DG Major General Amir Ali. Can I also request Ambassador Nadeem Riaz from IRS to please come on stage? And finally, Brigadier Rashid Wali Janjua from IPRI. Sir, if you could please come on stage.
I'm going to take 30 seconds. First of all, to thank all of you. Second, to suggest that many people have taken my name. Ek aad sabka mujhe aaj dena padega. But more importantly, frankly, vision or no vision, I probably have contributed the least, because it's all the people around who you see who've done all of this, including our think tanks. So I want to thank everybody who's put this together, especially the think tanks, but also my team at NSD and the Strategic Policy Planning Cell. When you do these Emmys and Oscars and whatever, people read lists and then they forget somebody who's upset for the rest of their lives. Or you do weddings and you forget one rishtedar and for the rest of your life. But at the cost of making this blunder, I want to put out 4 names, and I would request that everybody please join me in applauding all think tanks who worked on this, all of the NSD and SPPC staff, with these 4 names singled out, because I'm not sure when was the last time they slept. So first of all of what you've seen here, this whole business, technology, etc. The technology person is like the guy who's got to make sure that the groom shows up, I think, when you're doing the virtual conference. So Yusuf Dilshad is sitting back in the corner, you've got to stand up. Stand up, stand up. Good, and stay standing. Where is Abbas? Everything that you see done physically, he was bothering everybody with phone calls and everything else. That is Abbas here. I don't see Hussein Nadeem, but his team is all up there, all the social media, everything that makes us think that this has been successful is actually on the mobile now. So all of the people up there and Hussein's team. And finally, somebody who's the unsung hero of my office, and I have predicted that he'll be standing in my place or some other much better place very soon, which is Hassan, who was here and speaking, and where is he? Hassan. And after this, finally, for all the NSD, SPPC and 5 think tank staff, because everybody has worked very hard. I just wanted to point out these 4 names, and I know I'm going to regret it, but every single person who was involved has worked very, very hard. So the loudest round of applause for everybody else.
No, we'd like to have a photograph with you. Like that.
I've also learned that in Pakistan, the real boss is the secretary.
Yes, yes. Are you Thank you so much for your cooperation. We all cooperate with each other. Hopefully we will do that in future. Thank you. Thank you. Very well done. It was a good show.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very kind.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you very much.